Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Hello. Inner ancestral whispers pre-order. So, whenever I go live, if people donate in advance of the live stream, like before I go live, it's considered a pre-order. All right, let's get some questions answered. I am doing free yes no questions for the next 10, 12-ish minutes. If you have a yes no question, get your question in ASAP. Sweet Rita, I'm getting a yes. 8 of Wands. Smiley. I am getting a no. Smiley, the Devil. Natty, I'm getting a no. 4 of Cups. It might be something they're considering, but I don't think they're there yet. Hey Ari, welcome in. We Vibes. Hello. Kevin, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Margaret, I think you're going to have some issues with this. I have the Devil, which is a no. I think you're going to work it out. We have the Queen of Pentacles as well, but I don't think it's going to happen as quickly as you're asking. Emmy, I am getting a yes. King of Cups. Sorry for Nightbot flooding the chat. We Vibes, I'm getting a no for you at this time. Knight of Swords. Inner Ancestral, that sounds good. Thank you so much. Tracy Scott, Spirit is relating that this would be a good choice to make. I'm getting a yes. Ace of Pentacles, Two of Cups. Remember my disclaimer though, I don't make decisions for you. If you are wanting to make a donation, I have a pinned comment in the chat. That's where all of my Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal information is at. If you have any questions, let me know. What I offer is in the description. You're welcome, Sir Ida. You're welcome, Natty. You're welcome, Margaret. You're welcome, We Vibes. Hey, James. Welcome in. You're welcome, Tracy. Ari. So Ari, are you asking, is she introverted? Or are you asking if she's the type to prefer a small group of friends? Or are you asking, does she want to hang out with you? I guess I'm confused specifically what your question is, because I have to be very clear about what I'm asking. So I could say is the reason Jakayla doesn't want to hang out with you because she's introverted? If that sounds good, I'll do that. For that question, Ari, the reason why she doesn't hang out with you because she's introverted, I am getting a yes, the star. So hopefully that answers your question. Kevin. Kevin, I am getting a yes, Ace of Wands. You're welcome, Ari. I am getting a yes for you, Kevin. Nisha, I am getting a yes at this time, 7 of Wands. It seems like both of you guys are just like set in your ways and maybe perception. I don't know if either of you are going to change, and it feels pretty final with this card. So I'm going to go with yes. Inner ancestral whispers, I have a yes. 3 of Cups, this could indicate that you won't be alone, that there could be another person or other people around. I am getting a yes, Nat. Page of Cups. James, I don't think that she has anyone in mind at the moment. So if that's what you're asking, she might be comparing you to another potential person she hasn't met yet. But I don't think she's considering someone else or viewing anyone else that she knows of right now as a romantic partner. I think she might be just thinking about the future of your connection. And like, is there someone else better out there for me potentially? But I don't think she's looking at someone like who she currently knows or is currently like friends with or whatever as someone else above you or outside of you, or not above you or comparing you to that person. So you're more in essence getting compared to a person that doesn't exist right now. I don't know how to explain that, but hopefully that makes sense. I don't think she's comparing you to anyone right now. I'm getting a no, Rising Storm, the Hermit. You're welcome, everyone. Daisha, I am getting a yes. I have the 4 of Cups here. So this card talks a lot of the time about like fantasizing and daydreaming, bored of what your life currently is, wanting something new or different. So just remember to be grateful in your present moments for things, for what you currently have. I always say comparison is the thief of joy. That's a cliche, but it's true. And if you're going to compare yourself to other people, compare yourself to people who have less than you, because that's going to show you how good you have it, even if your life isn't exactly where you want right now. You're welcome, everyone. Let me update the donation list here. We had a lot of pre-orders tonight. Thank you all for that. As you all know, pre-orders are immune to line skips. So if someone pays to skip, they will not be skipping you because you paid in advance. That is the order that I received, the pre-orders tonight. I will be doing a free tarot reading giveaway this evening if we hit 25 likes. I try to offer that as often as I can. Sometimes we hit the goal, sometimes we don't. But if you want your chance at that today, I would suggest making sure you like the live stream and sticking around until we get to that goal. If you have to leave for whatever reason, you can't stick around until we hit 25 likes on this live stream, just keep checking back. You do risk not being chosen if you're not present to win. However, I understand your time is important. I'm not going to make you sit around and wait on a live stream if you have things to do, but just keep checking back. Hey Lala, welcome in. I am getting a yes, the Empress, Lala. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. It's Thursday? So for everyone else, their week is almost over and mine's just getting started, but it's been super busy. Even though I haven't been here, I've been busy. But yeah, it's been a good week so far. I think I'm just tired. I'm just a very tired girl. Sienna. Knight of Cups. Yes, Sienna, I'm getting a yes for you. Firefly, welcome in. You're welcome, Daisha. Brooklyn, I am getting a yes. Knight of Pentacles. Says you'll persevere to reach your goal. You're welcome, Firefly. So James, you are up next. So I have, I believe, a love option 2 for you, James. If that's right, let me know, and we'll get started here in just a second. For those of you who are just now joining us, the free list is closed at this time. I'm working on my last free reading of the night. However, I'm still offering a potential giveaway. If we hit 25 likes on the live stream, we'll be doing a free reading tonight. So make sure you guys are hitting that like and sticking around for a little while to see if we can hit that goal, or at least checking back in periodically. I am getting a no, Firefly. I have the 5 of Pentacles and the 9 of Swords. You got it, James. That sounds good to me. Whoa. Didn't mean to take that off screen. You're welcome, Firefly. All right, James, I'm getting all situated here for your reading now. Let's see. I'm shuffling, James. We're almost done here. Okay, so for the first card out for what is she showing the connection or how is she showing up, we have the Five of Cups in reverse. So we're no longer in like a super emotional or sad state about the status of your connection, at least from her perspective. She says that she feels that um, there's been a level of acceptance either by you or by her for the decisions that have been made recently, or maybe even both of you guys. But it talks about like moving forward and healing. And maybe she feels that there's been forgiveness or, yeah, overall acceptance, if nothing else. So I feel like she might be trying to just, there's an expression like continue things as usual. Maybe knowing that there's like something different here, because I think at one point the feelings where you were working and building towards something, and now that's maybe feels a little bit dismantled. So the feelings feel a little bit different as far as like the progression of your connection. But I do feel like from her perspective, she feels like you guys are moving forward, at least in the way that she would want you guys to be. She's saying that she's trying not to dwell in the past and not be like overly guilty or sad about this. So I do feel like she's trying to continue your connection as usual. I don't necessarily sense her dropping off or anything like that, meaning that I don't feel like she's going to pull back her communication with you and like hanging out with you and seeing you and stuff. I think that she just wants to continue on like everything is good, even if you're not entirely like pleased with the direction things are going. I'm sure you appreciate having a connection with her regardless. Hey Rashima, welcome in. So I think for her, it's just a matter of like trying not to dwell in what has transpired, and for her, just more so trying to make sure that things are good between you guys and trying to move on from this or move forward from this. There is the Queen of Swords here in reverse, which is interesting. I don't, let's just throw this out there, James. If there's anything going on that like has not gone well lately between you guys, that may be being acknowledged here. But if you're like, no, everything's been fine, great, like we've been just fine, whatever, she could have someone in her ear. They are saying that there could be someone here that could be trying to influence your connection or your relationship. And maybe not maybe like directing it at you specifically, but just taking issue with her, like extending her energy outside of herself. So for example, she could have someone in her ear saying like, you don't need a relationship right now, like you have a lot to work through, yada yada yada, and basically just kind of like in her ear a little bit, telling her like, you need to focus on yourself. Like, I'm not saying you're being targeted. That's not what I'm saying. You could be, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there could just be someone in general that could be in her ear, because the Queen of Swords talks about like gossip, bias, essentially like a misery loves company kind of person. So she could have like a friend that's kind of like, oh, you don't need a man. Or it could be like her mom who's like, you don't need a relationship right now, you got too much going on. Or it could be someone else who's basically like, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I hope that makes sense. Like, I feel like there could just be people in her ear that's kind of getting in her head a little bit and she's thinking this over. I don't feel like she's allowing this to affect her decision making though, because I do have the Queen of Wands. So this could be something that she's thinking about, Queen of Swords in reverse, but that's not what she's feeling. I don't necessarily feel like she 100% agree with this person. So she might be taking these things into consideration, but I don't think that it's affecting her decision making. Ultimately, she's going to do what she wants to do as the Queen of Wands and how she's feeling. And she's saying, I have good sense. I have a good head on my shoulders. I know what I'm doing. Intentions, we have the Seven of Wands, which indicates that she really likes the idea of facing this head on and being more direct. And I feel like she's not afraid of a challenge, James. So I feel like she's saying that this might just be a struggle for us at this time, because things aren't working out exactly the way you pictured or maybe the way that I pictured. But I'm willing to persevere and see this through if you are. That's what I feel like she's saying here. She's saying, like, I'm standing up for my beliefs and like what I'm feeling. But I feel like through that process, she's also healing, because I don't think she's always stood up for herself. But I feel like she's saying, I'm willing to see this through if you are. And so that's, I think, what she's hoping for. I don't have influences or blocks per se. I do have the Tower here. So as a symbol of this reading, it does feel like she is trying to rebuild from the ground up. She's saying what was happening wasn't working for me, and I felt the need to start over. But it's not a bad thing, because then I get to rebuild back the way that I feel makes the most sense for me and is in the most alignment with who I am. The overall energy here is the Hierophant. And so this card talks about how she feels you guys are cut from the same cloth. There's like a Billie Eilish song, Birds of a Feather. And that's kind of what I feel like you guys are. You guys are interwoven into the fabric of one another's life. And I feel like that's pretty much unbreakable. Your connection is unbreakable. So as long as you don't try to break it or she doesn't try to break it, I feel like you guys have a bond for life here. So that is what I have for that. But let's take a look at messages from Spirit. What do I want to use? Hey Rashima, welcome in. Sorry, I was in the middle of a reading. Have a good night. Messages from Spirit regarding their relationship, please. So I saw something earlier that I had posted on Facebook. And you know how like memories come up and you can kind of see like what you posted a long time ago or whatever. So like back in 2014, so probably like 10 years ago, I posted, it was 2015, whatever we choose to observe, whatever we choose to bring into our world becomes evidence that we use for a certain truth. And I didn't make that up, that I got that from somewhere. But essentially what it's saying is that what you think about, you bring about. You bring about what you think about. So if you are seeing something, you might be honing in on that specific thing and using it as an evidence to prove to yourself that something is true. Even if it's not, it could just be, coincidental, or it could be paranoia, or it could be yourself trying to prepare yourself for the worst. And I feel like Spirit's trying to come through tonight, being like, just because you are observing it and you're thinking about it doesn't mean it's true. Okay? So I think that's something that you need to like hear, is that just because you're observing something and just because you're thinking something doesn't mean that it's true. So I know that you have like these deep, like unsettling feelings at times, that there could be another thing that's getting in the way of your connection with this person. And I think that it's important that you pay attention where you're feeling that in your body. Is this fear? Is this fear or is this truth? Is this fear or is this intuition? And like, I feel sometimes here, like with the emotions are running high card, super moon, is that because things, okay, thank you, Spirit. Spirit is saying, this is what Spirit is saying. Spirit is saying that they want you to think about, if nothing had changed between you and Patty, if she didn't say what she said, if she just went on and you guys were working towards a relationship and you were seeing these things play out, would you be comparing yourself to this other person? Would you be doing that? No, because you would be focused on where you and Patty are at and the relationship and the trajectory of that. But because the element was removed of, I think that we need to slow this down or pump the brakes, now you're getting in your head. So it's like, think about the two parallel lives. Like, one is a trajectory of where you guys are working towards a relationship or entering a relationship, and the other one is where you're not, and you're still hanging out, still seeing each other, still spending time with each other, but you don't, the trajectory of a future relationship isn't as clear. But nothing else is changing. She's not doing anything differently, and you're not doing anything differently. She's liking people's posts, and she's doing what she's doing. Would you still question it as much if you guys were working towards a relationship or in a relationship? It might go, I don't really like that very much. But I don't think that it would be questioning your place in her life the way that it is right now. So Spirit is saying that maybe because of things that have happened and multiple recent events and variables might be affecting the way that you're thinking about things, and that your fear could be coming into play because your emotions are it's saying emotions are running high. I don't know like put words in your mouth, but basically what they're saying is that you may not be thinking clearly. This may not be the way that you would be thinking if everything was quote unquote great between you and Patty. Even though things are good between you guys, it's like they could have been better. And I think that you're starting to spiral and starting to question. And I think that when you hear the truth from me, you feel good and you're like, okay, great. That feels right. That feels like it's in alignment. That's making sense. But then when you let your inner fear start talking to you, then you can start getting very overworked. Or work yourself up. I'm sorry. So I think that it's important that you hear this, that whatever you choose to observe, whatever you're paying very much close attention to, is what you're going to think about. And then you can use that as evidence that you feel is true, even though it might not actually be true, because your brain might be trying to protect yourself from that thing. And also, they call it, oh my God, what do they call it? It's a specific word and it's escaping me right now. But where because you're like overly worried about something, or overly, and maybe someone in here can help me with the word, but it's like where you're overly concerned about something or overly anxious about something, you can actually make that thing happen. Even if that wasn't the natural path, even if that wasn't the natural trajectory of that thing, you being overly worried about it and you can manifest what it is that you actually don't want to happen because you're thinking a lot about it or you're overly concerned about it. There's a specific word. I think it starts with a P, and I can't think of it right now. And if I do, I'll let you know. There you go, James. You know what I'm talking about. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So yeah, so it's like don't create a self-fulfilling prophecy when like you don't want that to happen. Just, kind of ride it. And I know that it's not easy, and I know it's easier said than done, but like I think that's important. And I feel like that's the main message from Spirit today in regards to this, is they're saying like don't self-fulfill this prophecy that wasn't on this path. It wasn't on this natural path. Sometimes when we bring other people into other people's attention, or we bring things up, and they start to think, well, hey, if this person's paranoid about it, maybe it's something worth looking at, even though I wasn't thinking about that, even though I wasn't looking at that person, even though I wasn't considering that person. This other person is making a big deal about it and making me feel like it's important to pay attention to. So like, just don't bring her attention to that. Don't bring her attention to this other situation or this other person, because she might not naturally be thinking that way. So we don't want to create that. They are saying the energy is gaining momentum. They are saying conclusions are within reach, and they are saying that you are safe. You are safe, and maybe that's important for you to hear. They're saying spirituality and practicality need to be balanced. So that's the overall message, James, but I'm ready for your next question if you're ready. Inner ancestral whispers. If I call you whispers, is that okay? That might be easier for me. It looks like I got a donation from you through PayPal. So I'm going to go ahead and add you to the list there. James, I'm so glad that you said that, because I was like, what is this word? I was like, I think it starts with a P. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Yes, that's 100% it. Shipra, thank you so much for joining us. I am not doing free reads right now. We are done with that. We have been done with that for about almost 20 minutes now. I am doing a free reading giveaway tonight if we hit 25 likes on this live stream. So make sure you hit the like and stick around. And if we hit 25 likes, we'll be giving away a reading to be redeemed tonight. We are working on James's last reading for this turn, and then we will be moving on to Dee Dee. So Dee Dee was a pre-order. Dee Dee, if you're here, if you want to check in with me, I would love to do your reading while you're here. But if not, it's okay, because I believe you left your questions with me. After Dee Dee, we have Philomena. Philomena was also a pre-order, and hopefully she'll be in here soon. She's got a little bit of time. If you're not here and you don't leave your questions with me, I'm just going to be moving on to the next person, and we'll put you back in the list whenever you do come in. I feel that a lot of the times I waste time waiting for people to join the live stream, so I don't want to keep doing that. Any guidance from Spirit for me to do regarding my relationship with Pat? Okay, let's see. Any advice? Any advice, please? advice. What can he do? What can he do? So one thing that's being brought to me or brought to my attention tonight here in this reading is that they're saying when's the last time you, outside of like, because I know that you have done that recently because you did it for your birthday, but like in a transformative type of way, in a journaling type of way, in a like looking within, or maybe, okay, hold on, because I hear them saying you actually have been doing it. They're saying that this is something that they want you to continue doing because they're saying they want you to continue this path of putting the focus on yourself and not her. It's important that you are focusing inward. We have Pluto here, so I believe that's Scorpio energy, talking about transformation, talking about like it's time to take the focus off of the other people and starting to put the focus back on yourself. And I think you might have been feeling that recently. You've been feeling that tug to do that, and try to focus more on your, not so much like trying to see what the other person is going to do or how the other person is feeling, but more like what I can do. And Spirit is saying, no, 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 because I was sitting here going, maybe that's what you need to start doing. And Spirit's like, no, he has been doing it. And I'm also seeing it too with the way that you're wording your questions tonight as well. It's not putting as much emphasis on her. And I feel like Spirit is saying pat on the back to James that he needs to continue this process of like putting the focus on himself and not other people. Not like, and when I say put the focus on yourself, I mean like self-care. I mean like meditation, journaling, putting that love that you're putting into her back into yourself. I don't mean blaming yourself or targeting yourself or anything like that. I just mean like putting the focus back on yourself in a loving way, in a good way, in a way that's going to serve you and make yourself feel better. And not so much focusing on someone else, because we start to lose our power. Wow, hold on. I had a dream about this today, James. I just realized I had a dream that I did a reading for you. And it was something about your power and taking it back. Oh my God. I wish that I would have written this down. I was actually channeling for you in my dream, I'm pretty sure. Which is interesting because I'm looking at the bottom of the deck and we have dreams here at the bottom of this deck. But I feel like Spirit is saying is that when you put your future in someone else's hands, you are releasing and relinquishing your control to that person to make those decisions. And they're saying they want you to call some of your power back to yourself, because you can serve her the best when you are in your most confident and in your power. Sometimes it happens so slowly we don't even realize. Like sometimes we start relinquishing our power bit by bit, like a drip, like an IV, and we don't realize it before they eventually have all of it. And it's not that she's trying to take it. It's not that you're trying to give it away, but sometimes it just happens and we need to call it back to ourselves. So Spirit is saying like put a lot more focus on yourself. I heard you're busy this week with work and stuff. That's good. Keep yourself busy. Keep yourself focused on yourself. I really like these questions you're asking tonight, James, because I feel like you're saying like, what is it that I can do? And there was actually a question that we did a couple times, like a couple nights ago. People liked this question, and I said, I don't know why I don't ask this more often. But they were saying, I was like, people are always asking what the other person wants, what the other person's intentions are, what the other person feels, but they never say, what does that person need from me? So like a really good question to ask next time, James, is like, what does Patty want from me? What does she want from me? What would help serve her best? What does she want from me? And I kind of feel like that's a really good question for you to ask at some point. Because sometimes it's not about like what they're feeling about you, it's what they need from you at this time. And for her, I'm pulling these cards of like nurture, comfort, and protection. And then I'm also getting like progression. Every time I see the Aquarius card, I always think North Node because that's my North Node. And so she's saying, I want you to focus on yourself, but I'm okay if you continue to nurture, comfort, and protect me if that's what you want to do. I think that she's okay with that. And I feel like that might even be a message for spirit as well, but we can definitely dig into that for you. Yeah, because I think that's like a really good question is what does she want from me? What does she want from me? Because that's going to give you perspective as well. Spirit is saying continue planning exciting things for yourself. Things that you can look forward to, James, is like the one of the last, or maybe the last message actually, is to continue to plan things for yourself that excite you. So I have the word travel here. So I think doing more traveling, knocking some things off your bucket list is great, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like vacation related. It could just be doing things for yourself, doing things for your business, starting up a hobby, just little things here and there. But basically, Spirit is saying give yourself something to look forward to that can pull the attention off of her and back onto yourself. Because a lot of like our anticipation and our excitement and the things that we look forward to, a lot of times we don't realize, but we're subconsciously like putting that focus on someone else to give us that feeling, rather than like putting it on an area or a category of our lives. So instead of putting the focus on her to make you feel excited or make you feel good or give you something to look forward to, put that towards a habit or a hobby or a vacation or a business idea or something like that. Take that attention off of her so that way she doesn't feel that and you still have something exciting to look forward to. I think that that's really important. So James, let me see here. I did get your donation, James. I wanted to let you know that I will need to put you back into rotation. So I hope that's okay with you for me to do that. If you're like, no, I've got to go, I really would like this question answered, you can donate $5 to jump ahead if you want. But that's really the only other option that I have right now, just to keep it fair for everyone else. So you just let me know what you would like me to do. Okay, perfect. So James, that is what I have for you. I know what your question is when we come back around to it. Okay, perfect. James. So what is it that she wants from you? I'll remember that. And then after that, IJ Eves, I have your donation as well. Oh, and I didn't, hold on. This is what I get for being my own moderator. All right, so next up on the list, we have Dee Dee. I don't know if Dee Dee is here or not. Dee Dee, if you're here, we're about to work on yours. Thank you, James, for understanding and also your patience. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's see. What does Dee Dee want to know? She says, what's coming towards me in love? So we'll just timestamp this here. What's coming towards her in love? So, Dee Dee, I still am seeing a lot of restrictions surrounding you in regards to your love life. Um, this is interesting. We have like a lot of swords. And so I feel like there could be a lot of, in your head, a lot of thinking like, when is it going to be my turn? When is this going to happen for me? Um, Maybe like, what do I do here? Where do I go? Like, am I going to find my person? When is it gonna, like, yeah, just like those kind of thoughts like circling around you. And I see that they could kind of like hold you captive, these thoughts about love. Even if you try not to think about it, this could be like just a subconscious thing in the back of your mind, where, you know, for whatever reason you feel kind of stuck or you feel stagnant in this area of your life. I want to tell you that I do believe that every person, whether it be fertility, love, finance, career, like their home, their family life, their childhood, like if you think of all the different types of categories that people can have in their life where they could have things that aren't coming easy to them, I feel like we each have come into this world in a like a spiritual contractual agreement that, you know, maybe it'll be really easy for me to make money, maybe I'll be a rich kid, but maybe my family life will suck, or maybe I'll have an awesome career but my love life will suffer for it. Hey, IJ. um and you know, like, we come into this earth to have these experiences, and if we feel stuck somewhere in a certain category, like if we feel things aren't working for us, we need to think like, this was the plan, this is what I was supposed to experience, now I'm supposed to understand and learn why this is happening, like figure out deep down what within us needs to change, what within us needs to be worked on, because you have this whole wheel of different categories of life where maybe you do really great in 6 out of 8 of them, but 2 of them you don't do so great. Those are areas of life that needs to be worked on, those are areas of life that need to be examined and analyzed. And so if you feel that your love life is maybe not so great, or you have a lot of other areas of your life where things are good, but this is the one place that struggles for you, it's time to start unpacking that. It's time to start looking there and figuring out, what is it about me? Is it the way that I view myself? Is it the way that I carry myself? Is it the people that I surround myself with? Is it my daily lifestyle? And is it my habits? Is it something deeper than that I haven't addressed? Is it therapy? Is it my, you know, my thought process? Am I negative? Am I positive? Like, I think that it's important that you figure out what it is about yourself. And is there this need? Is there this codependency? Is there this fear that you're carrying with you that you're never going to find your person? And why do you feel that way? And I think a lot of this stuff can be addressed through therapy, but I think if that's not the route that you want to go, I think that you can do some work yourself and figure out, what is it that makes you feel you need this, because the second that you don't feel you need it, that's when it happens. And so you want to get yourself to that point. You're not going to struggle in an area that doesn't require work, that doesn't require a call to action, that doesn't require a change for yourself. And so when I do these readings, I'm like, I feel like this person's coming for her. I feel like I can feel it. Like, I know a relationship is here for her, but why is it that every time we do readings, we're kind of stuck in the same place? So that's something to like really think about, because I see you here with the 4 of Swords. It's more like your love life right now is still quiet. Like, nothing's really happening. And so when I see the 4 of Swords and the 8 of Swords, then I also see the Page of Wands. I think, okay, this is neat. This is requiring a change of perspective. I will say that there's certain areas that in my life that I felt I have struggled in. And then when I start doing the inner work for it and really figuring out what it is I'm looking for, what it is I want, and who is it that I have to become to get those things, my life changed dramatically. And I think that anybody who has had has been up against these same circumstances as I have would tell you the same thing, that once they actually turned inwards and once they started like thinking about it and working on themselves and addressing certain parts of themselves that maybe they've been avoiding and things like that, I think that they'll tell you that things started to get a lot easier. Like either you're going to be in the limited mindset, the victim mindset, or you're going to be in the mindset of abundance. And it really is such an easy shift. It's a lot of work to keep consistency going, but the shift itself is not hard to make. So I think right now Spirit's kind of saying it's going to require a change of perspective for you to see something differently, because right now it's like, even though this person is here, I still feel them. They're like around you. I just don't see them coming into focus just yet. And I think that's because there's more lessons or more things that has to be completed first. Kind of like a workbook. Like you have to complete it before you can move on to the next thing, is kind of what I'm hearing. So, I think that's kind of where the message is ending for me. I want to be clear. I feel someone around you. I feel a romantic life partner for you, but I don't see them in focus just yet, because I think right now what's important is that you're focusing on the things of yourself that I have aforementioned. You know what I mean? Like things I have mentioned before. So I think maybe like a shadow work journal would be great. I know they sell those on Amazon. They're not that expensive. I think they're like $12-15, something like that. And they give you like prompts. And I think you'd be surprised like the things that that it will help you with if you're willing to put in the work. And let me tell you from experience, I had to put in the work. I had to put in the work so hard for me to get what I want in certain areas of my life. Things just don't come easy, unfortunately, in the reality that we're in. Some things do, some things don't, but that is the agreement we've made. And so again, if you feel you're struggling in a certain area of life, and this is a great advice for anybody, that if you feel like if you're struggling in a certain area of your life, it's just calling you to take further examination of that, and turn inward and try to figure out what it is that you need to learn here. What is this lesson here for you? So Dee Dee, that is what I have. I know it's not exactly the direction you were looking for or looking to hear from me for, but I do think that was a message for you. So let's look at your second question here in regards to what is coming for you in July. Man, I get so winded like talking because I get so like on a stream of consciousness here. And then I'm like, oh wait, you forgot to breathe. I think Brittany brought that up before. I'm like, that's so crazy. Okay. So Dee Dee, what is coming towards Dee Dee, please? In July. What is coming for Dee Dee in July? We have freedom, liberation. So that's interesting because we were just talking about you feeling restricted. So maybe you take some things that I've said to heart and you're finding yourself releasing some of that restriction in July. We also have fertility. I will say I heard this in my mind's eye. Sorry, I didn't hear it. I saw it in my mind's eye. And so fertility could indicate like maybe you're thinking about family. Maybe you're thinking about like freezing some eggs. Maybe becoming a mom without a partner. And again, these are just examples. I'm not saying that's what you want to do, but I'm just saying like what the themes of fertility here would be. If you are like getting yourself physically involved with someone else, maybe it's just not like your person, but you're still like having a good time. Just keep in mind that could be like a ultra fertile month for you, which would be good to know if you are trying to conceive. This card doesn't have to speak to fertility literally, though. It can also talk about how things are just feeling new. Maybe you're having a new lease on life, which kind of piggybacks off that freedom card. Maybe in July, things feel like you can breathe a bit easier. Maybe you're not hyper fixating on certain things. And maybe you're getting very clear in July with a boundaries card here, getting very clear about what it is that you feel is important to you, what aligns with yourself and your goals and your morals, and your values, and what it is you're looking for. Maybe just getting ultra specific in July. I see a heavy focus of career in July for you as well. I don't think, if I recall, that's an area you've ever really had a big struggle. I think career, if I remember correctly, has been like a pretty good to you over time, if I'm not mistaken. I do see someone in July. Okay, so here, this is not your love reading, but I do see in July a reconciliation with a person of the past. It does say love and it does say reconciliation, but I want to be clear, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a romantic love. It could be a platonic love of someone that you're going to meet up with and see. Maybe someone who you haven't seen in a while. Maybe you have a long distance friend. But again, it could be romantic as well. It's just not specifying that for me. Let's see. Feeling empowered. I do see you working on the things that you're trying to manifest in July. Maybe one of your manifestations come true. Maybe there's something that you are wanting to do, like maybe some type of, like, we'll say, hobby that you've wanted to take up and you've been thinking about it over the last few months or years or whatever. And July is finally a time that you take the plunge and actually do it. Or it could be something you've been wanting to buy for a long time, or it could be something that you've wanted to do. Like maybe you have a house and you're like been thinking about renovating one of the rooms for a long time. Maybe July is when you actually do it. I just see some type of manifestation on something that you've been wanting or thought about, and you actually get to do it in July. Let's see. In July, we have the Justice card as well. So this talks about getting your justice potentially, or feeling like scales are balancing. Maybe things are becoming easier. We have well-being. So if you've been putting a lot of work into your health, I see that you're seeing some payout there. And if not, this could be basically your focus on your well-being and your health. Maybe starting to take some more multivitamins, or eat better, or work out, or whatever. But just putting more focus onto your well-being. Again, this could be mental, spiritual, or physical as well, or energetic. So that could be like Reiki, that could be therapy, that could be a nutritionist. It can be all of those categories, because well-being encompasses the whole self. So Dee Dee, that is what I have for you. Thank you for your donation tonight. Philomena wants a full reading. Okay, so you're looking for the in-depth for one question. I got you. So Philomena, what is your question? Oh, okay. It looks like Dee Dee donated again, so let me add her back to the list. Philomena, are you in here? Oh, hey, girl. Hey, I have you down for an in-depth. What was your question? I think I might have to run to the restroom soon, guys. Sorry about that, but I drank like a whole entire smoothie before I started this live stream. So that might be a problem. Dee Dee, if you're in here listening, I did get your donation. Because I was already about to work on Philomena, I had to put you back into rotation, but you're on the list. And I'll get right around to you as soon as I can. If you're not here, then I will do your reading like I did just now. I'll do it again, and that way you can come back with a timestamp. Ooh, interesting. Hey, Rishi, welcome in. It looks like we have 17 likes on the live stream. If you guys haven't had the chance yet to like the live stream, I encourage you to do so. Once we hit 25 likes, we will be giving away a free reading tonight. I feel he's gonna make a move, Philomena. Let's just put it this way. I have Queen of Wands, Empress, Two of Cups, Chariot, Ace of Cups. So we're gonna break this down a little bit. Specifically asking if he's gonna make a move, I have the Chariot. This talks about him being very determined to make a move towards you. Him being like dedicated to this plan. This also can talk about having tunnel vision where you're not paying attention to anyone else but you. So I feel like that's what he's saying here with the Chariot is like, I'm not distracted by anyone else. I'm not worried about anyone else. Like, you're the person I want to pursue. And I'm like hyper fixated on that specifically because it talks about like a single mindedness. I also have here that he is saying like no obstacles are going to get in the way. Like, if I have the green light, then I'm going to go for it. That's what it feels like to me. I feel like he likes the sense of success. I think maybe he was worried about like rejection, but I think he was saying he put himself out there. So I feel like this shows somebody who has like who puts fear aside despite maybe having it. They're like, I'm just going to be brave and I'm just going to speak my mind and say what I'm going to say. And I feel like here too, telling you that he was interested in you right there is a move in itself. So I think your question is like, is he going to pursue past that? And I am getting a yes because I have the Chariot here. We also have the Ace of Cups. So he's saying like, I think you're going to get more from him. As far as like verbally, I feel like you're going to hear more from him, more compliments. You're going to hear from him more because the Ace of Cups indicates like spilling your feelings or expressing your feelings. And so I feel like there's more of that to come as well. The Ace of Cups talks about a budding new relationship or new connection. That's funny, Philomena. I feel like that's a very interesting way to try to pick someone up is to comment on their butt, but maybe he thought that if he presented it as a joke, that, you know, it's not going to put him completely in the line of fire, completely at risk if it backfires on him. But I feel like maybe he was trying to go for flattery, so hopefully you took it that way. But I also feel like there's a more gentlemanly way to go about that. So I think it's exactly. You're bold for that because it really could have gone either way. You could have been offended, whatever. But hopefully you took it a good way. Hopefully you took it as flattering instead of like wanting to punch him in his face. But I am getting from him is that he feels like this is the start of something. The start of something new here with you. So I think that he's enjoying the flirting. We have the Two of Cups here. So he feels like you guys are compatible. He's enjoying the interactions. Two of Cups here is like that very funny, flirty banter that you have going with someone. You guys are kind of like on the same page in regards to your interests. So it does feel mutual. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you didn't really notice this person before and now you are because they kind of put themselves on the map. Who's to say? But I feel like at this point there is a mutual interest, or I should say maybe intrigue. I don't know how invested you are in this person, but I think that he has sparked your interest. He has intrigued you. I do feel like he looks at you as the Queen of Wands and the Empress cards. This is like the ultimate compliment coming from a masculine energy to a feminine energy, because it's talking about how you're the most beautiful in the room. You turn heads, and like the Empress, a lot of people will say is like goddess energy, like probably one of the most gorgeous people he's ever seen, or gorgeous women he has ever seen. It talks about you being a stunner. It talks about how he's seeing other people check you out. It's not just him, but he's seeing other people check you out in front of him as well. So that's a key thing to note here. Let's see. He's saying you're well liked. He feels like you, like either a lot of people have interest in you, or if not, then maybe just a lot of people like you. And he takes notice to that because it's important to him that you get along with other people, especially if he's going to pursue you. Maybe that's like a non-negotiable for him. Let's see. He's saying you're attractive. He's saying you're magnetic. He feels that you're pretty mature as well. He says you've got good wit. Like you're pretty witty. Maybe even pretty funny as well. And he likes your confidence. You walk with confidence as well. I feel like you're the type of person where like people wouldn't want, like people would be like, I'd be scared she wouldn't put up with my shit. Like you might have like a slightly intimidating factor. But I think that if someone really likes you like this guy does, I think he's saying it's worth the risk. Putting himself on the line like that. He feels you like the attention, but he also is saying that you're incredibly beautiful. I think he wants to get to know you better because the Empress here talks about like a sensuality. So I think he's curious to see like how you are in private is kind of what I'm getting. Like he's saying, like I see you in public, but I want to know what it's like in private, or something along those lines. There's definitely a flirty sensuality here within your connection. But I do, to answer your question, feel that he is going to pursue you. Multiple cards indicating that, but specifically the Chariot indicating that he has like a one-track mind, that he is very focused on you and pursuing you. Rishi, I am not doing free readings anymore. Those ended about an hour ago, but I am doing a free reading giveaway tonight. If we can hit 25 likes on the live stream, we'll be giving a free reading away to one lucky winner. It sounds like it, Philomena, you said in the place you work at, people are very bold, so you didn't think much of it. Yeah. I was going to say, it could just be because you're where it is you're working. You know what I mean? Like it could be, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it also seems like a more heavily masculine place of work rather than like a heavily feminine place of work. He's very young, and that's what you told him. I mean, I think that would be your choice, you know, like if you decided to entertain that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It sounds like a lot of men. So it's like, you know, do they treat you like one of the guys, or do they treat you like, you know, the woman that you are? But I think it's a fine line. I personally have been in that position where I was the only woman in the company, so I can understand that. But as long as they're not crossing into harassing or like offensive territory, then it's it's something that you can handle. You know what I mean? Like, it's something you can tolerate. Lala, I got your donation. And I saw that you paid to skip. So I'm going to have to move you up to all of the people who weren't a pre-order, or above all the people who weren't a pre-order. You're welcome, because I don't know if you saw, but we had pre-orders there. We had a lot of pre-orders tonight. So really quickly, if you're new here, you can pay to skip the line. It's $5 to do that. What that means is it puts you at the top of the list. The only exception is that if I have pre-orders, those are immune to line skips, meaning that you can skip above everybody except for pre-orders. If I don't have any pre-orders on the list, then you just skip to the top. Another option is to hold your place in line so that if someone pays to skip, they can't skip you. That's $5. You don't have to do that, but you do potentially put yourself at risk for being bumped down on the list. So that's the only thing I want to throw out there, is that you can always pay to skip. You can always pay to hold your spot, because the list is going to kind of move around a little bit depending on how busy I am. But I do try to keep in mind, I look at the time. When I do everyone's readings, I keep in mind what they donated for and how much time to spend on each reading, so that way I'm not wasting anyone's time. If that does not sound good to you, and if you are in a hurry and you gotta go, you are more than welcome to leave your question with me and come back to listen to your reading when it's your turn. Or, as always, you can just stick around until your turn comes around. So that's also an option. So Philomena said, a lot of men, I don't really talk to them. He was the first guy to approach me. Everyone else just stares. See, I told you, Philomena. I was like, because he was saying that you get a lot of attention from these other people. And he was saying, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna do something about it, because he's seeing other people checking you out. Okay, so this is the order now. We have Rising Storm as a pre-order. She did not move. She's next. Rising Storm, I have your questions. Then we have Lala. She has PTS next to her name because she paid to skip $5. After that, we have Whispers, Inner Ancestral Whispers. And then we have James, and then we have IJ, and then we have Dee Dee. If you pay to skip, please let me know, keeping in mind that you are not going to be able to jump ahead of pre-orders or other people that paid to skip. That's your choice if you do that or not. Leave your question with me if you can't stick around. And if you can stick around, I will promise I will get to you as soon as I can. If you have any questions, let me know. And the order of the donations are in the chat right now. But Philomena, thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. I hope that if you're interested in this person, that you can see where it's going to go with him. I would say you told him that you don't want to be played with and you don't want meaningless conversations, and I feel like you're giving him really good direction there, and it's up to him what he does with it, but I do think that he's going to do something with it. I feel like he is the type of person who's going to want to continue this further. Inner Ancestral Whisper says, whose reading is it right now? So we just finished Philomena. We're about to do Rising Storm. You're welcome, Lala. Perfect. Okay, so everyone knows where they are. After Rising, I am going to have to run to the bathroom really quickly, but I promise I'll be fast. So let's throw that up on the screen for Rising. Okay. All right, rising. Whoa. Whoops. How is he feeling about rising, please? How is he feeling about rising? So rising, I'm getting like he's a little bit delusional when it comes to you. Like he thinks that even though like nothing has really happened between you guys, that something still could happen. I see here like the energy is gaining momentum with the Moonology Oracle deck, and so I feel like he's saying like maybe he's trying to like mentally prepare himself, or he's in this place of like, oh yeah, like it's gonna happen at some point. Something's gonna happen between us at some point. But I also feel like that's a little bit delusional, not in a mean way, but just in like a realistic way, because it's like if you're not putting effort towards this, like how do you expect something to happen? I accidentally bent my cards. I'm so sad about that. Let's see. He's testing your commitment is what I feel. How is he currently feeling? He doesn't want you to give up on him. That's something very clear that I have here. He's saying he wants you to keep. It's almost like he wants to keep like baiting you or something. He wants you to keep you interested. He wants you to stick around. He doesn't want you to walk away. I feel like he does little things here and there because he wants to keep you interested. He wants to keep you focused. He's saying like, I want to give her something to think about. So if I can do a little this or do a little that, then maybe she won't walk away completely. How is he feeling about her? So that could be why like he does do things even though it's not a direct way. He does them indirectly because he's trying to get you to stay. He doesn't want you to leave. How does he feel about her? 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 Oh, that's weird, Rising. Have you ever been told you have like black cat energy? Because I feel like that's what he's saying about you is you have black cat energy where you're like protective, but you're also very like guarded, and it's like you can see things that maybe other people can't see. Um, like you'll be affectionate with someone, but you'll cut a bitch off fast. Like if for whatever reason they've done something to offend you, you have a sharp tongue. Like that's what I'm getting with like black cat energy of like if someone treats you well consistently, then you're gonna open up. But if not, then you're gonna keep your distance. maybe be very watchful, very observant, but I'm getting like black cat energies, like that's what he's looking at you as. There's something about career here. I wonder if he's having like money issues or work troubles. He feels like you're very talented at what you do for a living. How does he feel towards her? You have tattoos, Rising? And if so, could he see them? You have like a very like alternative type of self-expression, and to him that's like very attractive. He likes that you're different. He's saying that even though you seem standoffish, you still have a very warm demeanor. I feel like he would be the type of person to say he can't really like read you very well. Like he can't get a good read on you. He doesn't know what you're thinking or what you're feeling. You try to hide him. Maybe he's wondering if you got tattoos then. We have physical connection. Oh, he's definitely feeling you on a physical level. We have third party here, dealing with a karmic situation, which you already know about. There's a high attraction for you here, Rising, with him. Like too much temptation or something for him. Which, I don't know how you feel about that. He's saying an old flame has returned for him. So he's trying to sort that out. He might be planning some kind of trip or some kind of vacation. That's just a message that came through coincidentally. How does he feel for her, please? How does he feel for her? He's saying you're the perfect girlfriend material, the perfect wife material. He loves your mind. He likes the way you think. He likes, even though it made things hard for him, he says you have a lot of ambition and self-discipline. And that you're very focused on what is important to you, and he likes that. He feels you're very loyal, very balanced. You have a way of seeing both sides of a situation that allows for a lot of grace. But he does feel like you can get defensive easily. But he's saying it's because you fight for your beliefs. You fight for your corner, and that you're just trying to defend yourself. All right, what can happen in the near future? What can happen in the near future? What can happen in the near future? I don't know if I'm seeing communication rising. I did get the 4 of Cups. I'm hearing like bothersome details, competition, and conflict. So I feel like you're going to be seeing a lot more of just what you don't want to be seeing with him. Like bothersome details, that kind of makes me feel like there's going to be things that you're going to be seeing that's going to be happening that you're going to be like, I don't like that very much. That's not for me. I'm kind of annoyed about this. This also talks about like competing factors or conflict. So you might be seeing disruptions, like some type of arguments or disagreements happening as well between him and other people. So I feel like it's maybe more of like a watchful week or near future, where things kind of feel the same, where you're more in like observation mode. So I have the wheel in reverse. So I feel like it's kind of like we're reverting back to old habits, unfortunately. There's 8 of fire in reverse. We have some delays. Let's see. 4 of Pentacles makes me feel like very conservative energy. Like we're not giving too much to each other. We're keeping things to ourselves. 3 of Cups. Third party. High Priestess, listen to your intuition. Have patience. Consider carefully what you want before acting. This could be a lot of contemplation happening in the near future. Near future, please. Hey, Ajay, I've got your donation. Thank you so much. So we have a lot here about like new ideas. We have the sun here. And so that says to me that you guys will be thinking of maybe new ways to try to interact with each other. The new ideas might be like the things that haven't worked in the past. What's something I could do moving forward to get the other's attention? We have a significant life event, a powerful revelation leads to change. So there is a tower moment that's coming for him, rising, a tower moment, which is going to require his immediate attention. Like there's going to be a sense of urgency. So out of curiosity, are you planning on moving anytime soon? I don't know, like what would light a fire under him that would make him feel a sudden sense of urgency within your connection. But that's what it feels like to me, is that he feels like suddenly time has run out for him. Ooh, oh, maybe he'll find someone. Shoot. Dang, you know what's crazy? I never even thought about that. But yeah, totally. Rising, do you have any questions about your readings tonight? Yeah, I was thinking a move, but you might be onto something about finding someone new, though. Because remember, I said it's like a tower moment for him where there's like a sense of urgency, where he feels like the clock has run out for him. We got some donations coming in. I am going to post those here in just a second, just so everyone can see where they are on the list. So just bear with me, guys, while I get my life situated over here. You said you are, but you're not sure when. Okay, gotcha. Inner Ancestral Whisper sent another $16.76 to PayPal to add to my 16 because I think I want a different read. Okay, that sounds good. Well, we'll just check in when it's your turn, Whispers, and we can decide at that time what you want to do. That sounds good to me. IJ, I have yours as well. Okay, so all of the order of donations are staying the same, but IJ and Whispers, just know that I did get your additional donations. So we'll address those when it's your turn, okay? Will this tower moment be about Rising Storm or someone else? Okay. Will this tower moment for him... Whoa, my cards are flying all over the place. This tower moment for him be about Rising? Will this tower moment for him be about Rising? Will this tower moment for him be about someone else? Alright, so they are saying it's mostly about you, Rising. Because we have the Queen of Pentacles answering that question. We have a yes. And remember, you came through as the Queen of Pentacles in his reading before. And tonight, and also I think other days as well. And then I asked if it was about someone else, and I got the 2 of Wands, and I got a maybe. So basically what I think might be happening here is that something big happens with you, and then it seems like other things are starting to happen around him, like micro towers, where you're like the big tower that happens, you're like the big thing. And then you know how like they talk about earthquakes, like there's a big earthquake and then you have the aftershocks. So I think you're the earthquake, you're the tower, but I think there are aftershocks that happen kind of seemingly unrelated, but maybe spiritually related, that are also happening in his life that seem to be happening around the same time, because there's that expression, like, oh, I'm going to type it because I don't want to say it out loud. I've been very like conscientious about like saying things out loud that I don't want to happen in my life. So I typed it in the chat. So that's an expression. And so I feel like for him, that's what he's going to be thinking to himself. So if it helps to know you're the main thing, but then he's got these other like little side things that are happening at the same time. And what I just typed in the chat might be something that he would think to himself, is that everything is happening at one time for him. So hopefully that helps explain that. I am going to run to the bathroom really, really, really fast. Let me update this list really quickly. Thank you, Whispers. Okay, so Lala is technically next, and I'm going to be with her in just a minute. I do have to run to the restroom, though. You're welcome, Rising. Hopefully that explains everything for you. Have a good night if I don't see you again. That's like a quick hack, by the way, everyone. A manifestation hack is don't say things out loud that you don't want to happen in your real life. Don't say cliches, don't say expressions. And it's hard for me because I do readings all the time, so I have to read for you guys and tell you guys, but I never assume that energy for myself. As a matter of fact, if I'm saying something to you, at the end of every live stream, I request for my spiritual team to disconnect me from those energies so that I don't carry them with me. But there are certain things that I don't like to say. I like to say good things, positive things, because that's important. What you speak out loud is important. So that's my little life hack for you. Tina, I did get your donation. I went ahead and added you to the list. If anybody chooses to skip the line, please let me know. It's $5 to do so, and the reason why I keep saying that is because if you skip the line, I want to address it as quickly as possible to put you where you belong on the list. IJ says, I get it. Yeah, IJ, do you do the same thing? All right, quick bathroom break for me. BRB, Lala, you are next. Are you ready? Question mark. BRB, guys. Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I went ahead and gave my cats their little nightly snacks while I was doing that, so that way I wouldn't have to interrupt again to do something like that. I just figured I'd go ahead and two birds, you know what I mean? Okay. So, this is for Lala. What happened with the tower moment with Gideon, the baby situation? I had a dream. There was an altercation, which I thought was off because Gideon is not a fighter, but maybe this pushed him. No, it's definitely for me to know my next steps with Gideon. I want to know what kind of space he's in. He always wants to remain in control, so I'm not confident he will tell me. Okay, let me think on this. Figure out what deck I want to use. Okay, well, first let's figure out what space he's in right now. What space is he in right now? Guilt. He's feeling guilty. He's trying to see everyone's side of the situation. How is he feeling? What's his headspace? Purpose. He's trying to figure out what to do here. What's his headspace, please? Loneliness. I've never felt so alone. And I feel like he's trying to find peace. Like he's trying to seek out peace. He's got a lot of worry going on here. Like worrying how to change the outcome or worrying that there's nothing he can do to change the outcome. Something like that. Now, let's figure out what happened with the tower moment. What happened? Was there a fight or an argument? Yeah. Wow, that's interesting because I saw Ace of Pentacles, but what I heard in my head was Pennant. So I feel like some kind of like needing to seek penance or something like that. So maybe he's punishing himself because of the things that he's done. Because a lot of times, like when you seek penance, you're like looking as a way to like self-inflict like some type of punishment on yourself because you're trying to right your wrongs. The word penance. Have you heard of penance before? It's like atonement, but in the sense of like self-inflicting punishment on yourself because you're trying to like right your wrongs. I've got the word grief here with the 5 of Cups. The Empress is here again, Lala. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it cut off. What happened here with the tower moment? So the baby situation is definitely here. It's a theme because the Empress card is here. What happened with the baby situation? Five of Cups just keeps coming through over and over and over again. So this is like loss or grief. I'm trying to see if there was any fighting or arguments to confirm your dream. I haven't seen that yet, but I'll let you know if I do. Past conditioning affects present behavior. So Lala, what there? Oh, the sun is here. That's also a theme of children or baby. What I'm getting here with the moon is that all this stuff is in the past and it's coming back to bite him in the butt. It's almost like he's having to face the consequences of the decisions that he's made in the past, and it's now affecting your connection or it's affecting your relationship. I think what these dreams are that you're having is your own intuition telling you a greater story. You might be tapping in a little bit to the Akashic records because sometimes we can do that through our dreams. And that's basically the source of all information. Every thought we've ever had, every action we've ever made, every lifetime we've ever experienced. And I think, but more heavily, I think you are experiencing his guilty conscience manifest in a dream reality. So, like a dream realm, basically. And I think there are things that he's been wanting to tell you that he feels he can't in person. And so they're manifesting in his own subconscious that's being connected to you in your dreams. So it's like, have you ever had where like someone is hiding something from you and your dreams will tell you first? Or like someone wants to tell you something, but they don't know how. And so their subconscious thinking about it so heavily starts to infiltrate into your own subconscious. Like, I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, is that he's wanting to tell you. You said it may be internal fighting. Yeah, internal conflict because, like you said, he's not like a physical type of person or a vocal type of person that would create some kind of altercation. So, the reason why I think it's important to note is because I'm not getting any cards of like struggle or conflict or anything like that. But it's not to say that your dream isn't making sense. Sometimes it's symbolic, like you're saying, with the internal conflict or the internal fighting. Did he find out a baby wasn't his? Did he find out a baby wasn't his? I am getting a yes. I have Judgment and Temperance, so I feel like these are some things that this information has set him free, in a sense, but he still carries that with him. So it's like twofold, you know what I mean? It's like on one hand, he feels liberated from it, but on the other hand, he still carries that act, that guilt, or those feelings with him into his current life. He's trying to find peace. We have Judgment and Temperance. I think that he knows the only way to get this peace that he is seeking is to tell the truth. As they say, the truth will set you free. It's probably, I'm actually hearing from Spirit saying it could be making him physically ill to be holding things in so much. because he does not say things out loud, he could be holding on to it, trapping it in his body. I know that it's possible to get like because you're so emotionally and mentally holding on to stuff, they can start manifesting in a physical way in your body. Like people can have ulcers because they worry too much, or people can get cancer because they've experienced trauma that they're not willing to face. Or people can have like stomach issues because they're carrying guilt around with them. Like so this is like if he does not release it, he's going to start having like he's probably going to start getting sick. Makes a lot of sense. Here's all the spell work that was done. Okay. So I am getting a yes for that question, Lala. And like I said, it is making him feel free to a certain extent, but I feel like he's kind of coming into this place, Lala, where he wants to atone for his sins. He's trying to find a way to release this guilt that he's feeling, and he's doing it through acts of punishment. Like he's trying to find ways to make himself feel bad, because he feels that it's what he deserves, when really he should just be talking to you about it. Fiza, I agree, Luna. Dis-ease and all of that. Yeah. I just want him to be okay. He was used for money, lost a lot of it trying to sneak and hide, all of which he did, and how it affected our relationship. That's his guilt. Yep, 100%. Do you have your second question for your BOGO prepped and ready? He's drinking. Okay. Is that something he's doing more often than he used to, or is that normal for him? Yeah, there's like some feelings of self-punishment. There could have been too, Lala, like I'm not going to just like say this, but Spirit brought it to my mind. That's, if you think about people who are trying to punish themselves, like he could be picking fights with people. Like, not maybe that's where the fighting comes from, or like the altercation is that you had mentioned before. Um, because maybe you're worried that maybe you're having premonitions that he's going to put himself in a position to get into a fight, like out at a club or a bar or something, because he's trying to punish himself. There's some people out there that feel so guilty that they pick fights with people to try to give themselves what it is they feel they deserve, which sometimes is an ass beating. So maybe you're just, subconscious is worried about his mental state and worried about what kind of danger he's going to be putting himself in. He definitely needs to like talk about it. I think that the only way he's going to feel good is by completely telling you the truth about every single thing he's been holding in after all this time. So, like, okay, so Fiza said self sabotage. I don't necessarily feel that for this reading in particular. Um, I'm mostly saying like self harm, because like self sabotage. a lot of the times talks about like an inaction that you take to basically stop the progress of something from happening. Essentially, them being scared to do something, so they find a reason not to do that thing, and it comes from a place of fear. When I'm talking penance, I'm talking coming from a place of guilt. So those things are different in a sense. Like I feel like he's trying to self-inflict some kind of punishment onto himself through penance, whereas self-sabotaging is actually the fear behind getting hurt, and so doing what they can to stop something good from happening because they're scared of what could come from it. So it is a little different, but I see why you would think that. But I just want to make it clear that that's not what I was trying to say. I think Gideon could have had self-sabotaging tendencies in the past, but for this particular reading, that's not what I'm picking up. I think it's more an and also like self-sabotage is an action you take before the action, whereas penance is the action you take after the action. So they're kind of different. You said, what's the future looking like for Gideon and I? It could be he's not normally aggressive though, but I know what trauma can do to a person. He was manipulated by people he considers family over some money. These people knew the baby wasn't his. It's a very heavy situation. I'm sorry, Lala. I'm sorry he's dealing with that. What's the future looking like for Gideon and Lala now that all of this is out in the open? You said it definitely in the past, though. He sabotaged our beautiful connection a lot. For sure. For sure. Hey, Melissa. Thank you so much for joining us today. I have closed my free list for the night, but I am doing a free reading giveaway if this live stream can hit 25 likes. So if you would want to participate in that, just hit the like on the live stream. Just give it a thumbs up. And if we hit 25 likes, we'll be doing a free reading giveaway to be redeemed tonight to a lucky winner. All the details there scrolling across the bottom of the screen if you have any questions. What's the future looking like for Gideon and Lala? What will the outcome be here? I feel like I feel like he wants to tell you the truth, but I feel like he's still on the fence even now. He knows this is the only way that you guys are going to be able to move forward, but he's like, this is the last option. Like for him, he would rather do anything else than like, first of all, because he's saying the mess I've made. Like I'm hearing, oh my God, what's that song? Sorry about that. It's like a song where like the lyrics are like I think it's like I'm sitting in the mess I've made. Um these lyrics might mean something to you because I'm hearing it. It's a song called "The Mess I Made" by Parachute, and basically it's a song that talks about all the regrets that he should have done, all of the things that he should have done, and he never did. And he's saying that now I'm staring at the mess I've made as you turn and you take your heart and walk away. And he's saying these are the things that I should have done and I didn't do them. And now it's too late. And so I feel like he's constantly contemplating on like what it is that he should do. And I feel like communicating with you is like the very last thing that he wants to do. And not communicating with you in the sense talking to you every day, but like communicating to you with like a direct honesty. He would rather like self-inflict pain. He would rather spiral. He would rather do all of these things and make himself feel like shit than to bring you into this mess. And what I don't think he realizes is that he has such a soft landing here with you. Like, you are the type of person who would take him and embrace him and just be like, okay, this is not ideal, but we can work through this. Like, it's not scaring me. I'm not going to run away from it. But he's like, even though he knows, I think his intuition is telling him, he's saying, I still don't know. My intuition's telling me I need to tell her and I still don't know. And so I feel like for him, he's going to try to think of anything and everything outside of that to come to you. But I think the problem is that he's staring at this mess that he has made and all of these things that he should have done. And it's, yeah, you said it's crazy. My dreams have told me almost everything. And he's carrying this for absolutely nothing, like 100%. 100%. So as far as the outcome for the future, I think it really just depends on, you have two trajectories, Lala. You have a path of if he tells you, and you have a path of if he doesn't. I feel like your future can be very beautiful if he does. We have the Empress in the Chariot. I think if he comes forward, you're going to say to him, this isn't what I want to hear. This isn't ideal. But at the same time, I can handle it and we can get through this. But if he doesn't, you have a very unclear future. You're left in the dark. The moon here, sneaky energy. You can't have a relationship with someone who's not willing to work with you. Three of Pentacles, and be straightforward with you. So you feel like you're constantly being left out of the conversation. You constantly feel like something is being hidden from you, and you kind of continue on this path that you're currently on where you feel like left in the dark. So you have two really strong paths, and it's up to him to come forward and be honest. But I'm going to tell you right now is that he knows that being truthful, and he knows coming through for you and being honest with you is an option for him, but he's not there yet. He has not landed, or like, he has not arrived at that decision, to be honest with you. He's still going, what can I do besides that? Is there anything I can do before we get to that point? So that's like a very last option for him. And I think until we get that decision, which you will know, you know what I mean? You'll know because he'll tell you when he's honest with you. Then I think we can look at the future of the connection. But if he doesn't come forward, if he says, if he keeps pushing that off, and like you said, the truth is going to come out. But I think until he can get this off of his chest, you're going to continue to feel this way. You're going to continue to feel this disconnect between you guys that you've been feeling for so long. Said you are completely correct. He made a big mess. If he doesn't, I don't think spirit will let me stay. I think your higher self knows that this is not sustainable. Like, it's either, you come forward or you don't, but you're going to make that decision that you make is going to tell me everything I need to know. So Lala, I think right now it's a waiting game. You know what? That's also another song by Banks. Maybe this is your perception. Have you heard of that song before? Lala, Waiting Game by Banks. When songs come through, I'm always going to tell you guys, because even if it doesn't relate, it's important that I tell you, because there's a reason why I'm hearing that as I'm doing your reading. So for you, Lala, your songs are Parachute, The Mess I Made, and Banks, Waiting Game. I put those links in the chat for you in case you want to listen them over. Amy, that sounds good. Lala wants to ask another quick question. I can pull one more card for you, Lala. That's fine. Okay, so Whispers. I know you said you donated twice, so I have a $16 donation for you. And then I have another $16. Okay. So I've got you down for $32 worth of donations. And you said you want to... Donald is a Taurus, and you're a Virgo. A mini love spread. Okay. So a mini love spread would be $8 out of your donation. And all I need to know is, do you want option 1 or 2 for the mini love spread? Oh, you said the first one. The first one? Okay. Lala, how much to donate? Ask how long I should wait for him to come forward with the truth. I'll just pull a card for you real quick, Lala. Hold on. How long should she wait for him to come forward with the truth? How long should she wait for him to come forward with the truth? I'm getting Virgo season. I have 10 of Pentacles, which is September 12th to the 22nd. And I also had the Hierophant come out at the same time, which is August 23rd to September 22nd. So I would say between August 23rd and September 22nd, I would say is probably like the final. If you're not hearing anything and we get into Libra season, then I think that at that point you need to start making some decisions for yourself, but maybe just give them a little bit more time. I also am seeing the word or the number 9 and 10. So that would be like September-ish. So we have multiple cards here indicating September. So Virgo season, just keep that in mind. If you go past Virgo season or we get further into the year after that and nothing has happened, then I think make some decisions that you need to make. You keep getting Virgo season. That's so crazy. I love that. So Lala, I'm glad that I could give you that confirmation you needed, and I'm happy to pull another card for you. I know that you're a loyal client of mine, and so I was like, you know what? Let's just pull another card for you. Okay, so Lala, I hope that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions. Amy donated. Amy, I got you, girl. I'll add you to the list in just a second. So this is for Inner Ancestral Whispers. She's doing a mini love spread number 1 for Donald the Taurus, and she's a Virgo. Virgo sun. Oh, that's so funny. Lala, did you even realize that I was talking about Virgo season, and as Whispers was typing that she's a Virgo? Oh my god. Oh, you can have the same sign for both sun and moon. Yes, you can have double signs in any placements. Some people have triples. Some people are like Gemini, sun, moon, and rising, or whatever. It's kind of crazy when that happens. I think it has something to do with the karmic lesson. Makes sense, all. Yeah, and that's something you can't really rush, unfortunately. Karmic situations are one of those things where it's like you cannot, if you try to interrupt it, you could actually be having adverse effects that kind of like come back to like slap you in the face or whatever the expression is. So just can't interrupt those, which could be why Spirit is saying give it a little more time than maybe you typically would. You're welcome. She said, yep, brother is a Scorpio sun, Scorpio moon, and Scorpio rising. Yeah, that's crazy when that happens. So crazy. Okay, so this is for whispers. If anybody pays to skip, please let me know in advance. Like, let me know in the chat. I only say that because I don't want to risk like not getting that notification and then you not getting moved up the list when you should be. So just make sure you tell me. Then that's just information for now or future live streams if you ever choose to do that. Okay. So option 1, Taurus and Virgo. Taurus and Virgo. That's a good match, sun sign match. My sister and her husband are a Virgo and Taurus, actually. He is a Taurus and she is a Virgo. So I know that very well. That relationship very well. All right, so how she and he feels, her and his intentions, what do they need to know, and the underlying energy. 1, 2. Wow, we have a lot of Taurus energy actually in this. Okay. Okay. So you said we've been friends for almost 5 years. Recently got into intimate sexually for the first time. I love how you spelled that out, girl, because sometimes YouTube will not let you post if you type stuff like that. So that was smart. Hopefully that works because I got the message here. You said for the first time it was fun, goofy, nice time, like a party. Oh, that sounds good. But now I don't know. He said he wants a relationship and baby. He's always told me that. But like now I see like he doesn't know what he wants, which is fine. But I'm confused because he constantly shows interest. You guys, are you guys young? Are you young in age? And when I say young, like 20s, 30s, like 20s, early 30s, but more specifically 20s. How is he feeling for her? How is he feeling for her? Yeah. Okay. So that's the thing, is that he feels like he found you, but he found you early. Do you know what I mean? And so sometimes when you meet young, even if you're like, oh, that's my person, sometimes you're like, but have I had enough life experience to really be ready for something like that? So it doesn't mean he doesn't want it, and it doesn't mean that he doesn't want it with you. It just means that Y'all are both young. And the question is, have we sowed our wild oats? You know what I mean? And like you're saying, you're just having fun. I totally get that. Now, I am getting for you that he says you have really good conversation. He likes talking to you, he likes having fun with you. There is mutual interest. We have reciprocity here. But I do feel like he thinks that you guys are a soul contract. So, to whatever capacity or understanding he has as far as like soulmates and soul ties and things like that, he does feel like there's something special here with you. I think that the only reason why he's hesitant is because of the timing of everything. We have the Four of Swords. He's the kind of person who knows what he wants, he knows what he's looking for, but I think that he's saying, like, there's a little fear and a little stress surrounding it because I don't think he wants these things this soon. Does that make sense? Like, I think he's just like, I want to still, like, I think he's still figuring out who he is. And maybe you're still figuring out who you are. And you guys aren't in that place just yet. Like, I think back to when I was like 21 or 23, and like the idea of a permanent relationship scared me. And when you think about relationships or marriage, or you think about a baby, those are attached with such indefinites or finality there, something that's permanent, and that permanence can be scary. And so I think it's not about his desire for a relationship, and it's not about he doesn't want it with you, and it's not like, if he says he wants a baby, I'm sure he does. It's just a matter of like finding you so early in life, and I don't know if that's something that he's ready for. I think he's like, okay, if I was like 28, 29, then yeah, this would be the perfect situation. But I feel like for him, he's like holding back a little bit, because I think the more that he feels that he gives to you, the more that he is worried. Because here's the thing, Whispers, and I'm calling you Whispers because I don't know what your name is, but I think that he can feel the significance of this connection, that he knows if he explores it further, this very well might be the relationship he's in for the rest of his life. And I think you need to take that as a compliment from him, that he's saying, I can't be too hasty with this because she's so perfect and we have such a good time, that this very well could be the girl that I marry. And so I need to be careful about how quickly I enter this connection. You click the best. You don't know, it's crazy, right? The timing, right? I always say you be quick to get into relationships. He said, well, I don't feel they'll last long, but with you, I just know it's serious, but I don't mind. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Tamara, thank you. Yes, you said the same thing. That's why you don't really rush it. So I think you guys just need to think, like, have fun, enjoy yourself, and whatever's going to be is going to be, right? Like, he might be able to get to the point where he's like, I can't resist you. I can't get enough of you. I'm trying to quit you and I can't. And, then at that point, I think he's going to have his answer. And I feel like for you, you might be ready a little bit quicker, but sometimes as a feminine energy, we're more in touch with our emotions. It's easier for us to get into a relationship because we can get attached pretty quickly and pretty easily. So I have that here is what you want, is you're looking, you be fine with it. I feel, even though you're like, I'm good, I'm going with the flow, I'm having fun. I think for you, you're also like, but I would also be fine if like something more developed between us. But I think, Whispers, or Tamara, I think it's also important that you keep in mind that you don't do anything that you don't want to do. You feel me? Just because you're like, oh, I'm going with the flow and I'm having fun. If you're like, well, I'm not getting what I want out of this, so I'm not going to give what you want, that's fine too. You can set that boundary. So keep in mind that, like, make sure every action you take with him is something that you want to do and that feels consensual to you. That's important to remember. Ajitha Suresh, I am removing your comment. It's nothing against you. It's just I'm not doing free readings right now, okay? So you said yes. Say the same thing. That's why I don't rush it really. And that's why I was telling him I'm not too sure about getting romantic, crossing that boundary as friends. I told him he's going to fall in love with me. So yeah, I mean, just make sure you feel constantly aligned. I'm definitely getting heavy Taurus energy here. So we talked about what you guys both want and what the intentions are. So let's look into, where am I? What you need to know in the underlying energy. So he is still considering, what you need to know is he is considering being in a relationship with you. He has not pulled his hat out of the ring. Is that the expression? He has not pulled his hat out of the ring. I think that's what it is. He's still in it. He's still here to see what's what. I have here as the Fool. So he is like teetering right now on the fence here about whether or not to enter a relationship with you. So I think that his feelings for you are strong enough that he's going, even though my brain is saying, hold out and have some fun, you're still young. His heart is saying, but something in me is like compelled to want this. And so it's important that you know that he hasn't fully pulled out himself. Like he's still considering it, even though he's telling you maybe take it slow, maybe I'm not ready. It's definitely something he's contemplating. The overall energy is the Star. It's saying to have faith in the future of this connection. Okay, so that is what I have for you, Whispers. Let's look at your second. Okay, so you said mini love between Derek and you. You don't know his sign, but he's your crush. He shows interest as well, but he said his life is chaotic and can't be in a relationship with anyone. It's crazy because I never said I want a relationship with him. I said to hang out outside of work. Yeah, but you know, sometimes people feel the need to be clear. They want to be upfront. They want to be like very transparent. It may not have anything to do with you. It may have to do with the fact that he just doesn't want to be put in a compromising position where he felt that he was leading someone on. Potentially, that could have been an issue for him in the past. You said yes about Donald. I can see him falling more and more. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so mini love for Derek and Tamara, please. All right, and then after this, Tamara, you have $16 worth of donations. I do 3 readings at a time, just to be fair to everyone. So, let's see. What could you get for that amount? You could do like 2 mini readings if you wanted, but I would have to put you back in rotation for the last question because, like I said, I do 3 readings at a time per turn. Unless you wanted to donate an extra 5, you could just keep your spot and we could keep going. It's up to you. All right, mini love between Derek and Tamara. Mini love between Derek and Tamara. Oh. And Tamara, you wanted the option 1 for Derek as well, right? I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Spirit knows your intention, but sometimes I don't because I'm human. So as long as you wanted the option 1, I'm just double checking. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. So this is interesting. I have you donated to skip so I can do my last one, which should be a 13 in depth. Okay, I'll double check that for you. Whispers, but I believe that all sounds good to me. Okay, so this is interesting because I'm getting you as the Seven of Swords. Like, because this card talks about like strategy, it talks about being resourceful, it talks about being flexible. It could also indicate that you're in dangerous territory, like being interested in Derek, because like you could end up getting hurt if it doesn't work out the way that you both would want it to. And maybe it's requiring you to be flexible and like do things that, or like adjust maybe what your desires are to fit what Derek what would make Derek comfortable. Just like you kind of saying how in the previous reading you just like going with the flow. This card also talks about like you being watchful as well. I don't know if you like look at his social media or if you pay extra close attention to him as well, but this does indicate like being very observant. But it comes with like a undertone of maybe you're questioning whether or not you should stay in this connection with this person. Like maybe wondering if this is a connection you should be like kind of distancing yourself from, because the Seven of Swords comes with like a making a break for it, so it kind of indicates like maybe feeling like you need to kind of pull back your energy from this person, or you're questioning whether you should or not. He said, oh yes, I'm usually direct, blunt, straightforward, but I'm afraid that'll scare him. Very observing, yes, questioning, should I even want him? Yes. So I definitely feel like I'm picking up that correct energy then. I have here for how he feels. So he's like on a weird path, girl. Like he's on an interesting path. Because I'm connecting the Hermit with the death card. He's like antisocial right now. He's contemplative. And when I say antisocial, I'm talking about in his free time. Maybe at work he's more engaging, but I'm talking about in his free time. He wants his peace. He wants his solitude. That could be why he's saying he's not interested in a relationship, because he doesn't want expectations that are put upon him from a relationship. And like, let's be real. If you're in a relationship with someone, there's certain expectations. There's like baseline expectations that everybody has in a relationship, because if you choose to be in a relationship with someone, then that means you are communicating with them, that means you're spending time with them, that means that you are doing things with them that makes you feel obligated. But if you were otherwise interested in that person, it wouldn't feel like an obligation. It would feel like something you want to do. So I feel like for him, he's saying, I like my peace. I like that I don't have expectations on me. I feel like he's doing like a deep dive into like his own psyche and his own self, because we have like what you need to know about the connection. We have the death card, is that he is like purging, cleansing, like liberating himself. He's letting go of the past versions of himself, and like the death card just talks about a lot of healing that you may need to know about. So when I see those two cards together, it's like he's just kind of on this self-discovery journey. He's just wanting to like be on his own, and he's not interested in anything more than that. So I think maybe his signals are getting mixed for you, because he's giving you attention, and I think he might even be confusing himself at the same time. But at least with the other person, I was getting that this person was considering a relationship, whereas this person, I feel, has like really shut themselves off to it. And I feel like, you know, what your intentions are is you're looking for your other half. We have the lovers here, you know, you're like, how cool would it be to like find my person this early in life? And I feel like that's basically what you're looking for. And I feel like for him, he's saying, my intention is to just keep observing. My intention is to just keep watch. Queen of Swords, like, Queen of Swords is like analytical. They are watchful, they're astute, they're observing. Like, their thought dominates their feelings. And so you're never going to be able to emotionally connect with this person where their logical mind is going to allow you to trump it. Like, so he's not going to emotionally invest in you because his logical mind will stop him from doing that. Does that make sense? I hope so. And so that's like the tough part here. The underlying energy we have is the Nine of Swords. And this is like mental anguish or like anxiety or like underlying just overthinking in your head. And this could be for the both of you. It doesn't mean just you. It just means like he could be overthinking this whole connection with you. I think it's potential that he stops himself from um, really doing what it is that he wants because he seems like he puts a lot of restrictions on himself. That's what it feels like. Because he basically is the type of person that will set a goal for himself and he will stay rigid to that. He will not be flexible. He's like, this is what I decided I'm going to do and this is what I'm going to do. And my feelings are not going to overtake me on that. So that's tough dealing with someone like that, especially because you can feel that their emotions or their feelings are calling to you and giving you attention, but they won't allow themselves to waver at all, you know? Like, he just doesn't seem very flexible at this time. Yeah. Okay. So I have you for the $5 to keep your spot. Okay, perfect. And then wait, you said ew. What did you say ew for? Hey, Elisa, welcome in. All right, so okay, so if I do an in-depth for you, Whispers, an in-depth reading, that leaves you $3 left over. So what I could do is do 2 mini readings. If you have 2 questions, I could do 2 mini readings. And then you'd be all redeemed. Or I can just go really in depth with this question that you have and then we'll be done. Like, I can pull extra cards for you. If you want to go super in depth, we can spend like 10 minutes on this reading if you want. So those are the options. There is to break this up into 2 questions for you, or I can just go really in depth. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear that the in-depth readings are $13 each, and you refer to it as an in-depth reading, and you wouldn't have enough for that. But we can make this question where you said, I keep getting divine masculine, etc. We can make that a mini reading, and then I can leave you open for another mini reading after that, and then we'd be good. So is that what your preference is, to do 2 mini readings instead to finish out your turn? Elisa, yes, donations are open, my friend. So if I have 16 left, I'll do 2 mini readings. And my first question is, Donald, my divine masculine that'll come in a relationship soon. Yep, that sounds perfect. Whispers, Tamara, I can do that for sure. That works for me. You're welcome, Elisa. Okay, girl, I'll add you to the list in just a second. Once I finish with inner ancestral whispers, I'm going to move on to the next person. I did post the list a little bit ago. If you're curious, you can scroll back. I believe you're after Amy, okay? All right, first question for the mini for Tamara. I keep getting divine masculine and trying to come in, wanting to commit. I can feel it, but watching to see, is Donald my divine masculine that will come in, that will want a relationship? Is Donald this divine masculine? Is Donald this divine masculine? All right, I'm getting a yes, Tamara. I'm getting like a 100% yes, actually. I mean, here's the thing with spiritual readings, I don't ever give a guarantee, but if I could, I would. Because number one, you have a card here that was in, like, basically, I'm a reader where I explain what the cards mean. I'm a very like metaphorical type of reader, as you can tell. But also, I will play back to what we've already done that night or in the past. So, for instance, in some readings, people always come through as a King of Wands for that person, or they come through always as like a Queen of Pentacles for that person. So I'm referring to your previous reading here, and I have the Four of Swords, which, as you recall, I had that card in the reading that we just did on Donald. So that's important to keep in mind because his energy is here in this reading. So that is one indicator to me. Also, it talks about how you guys have known each other since childhood. Now, I know you've known each other for 5 years, but if you think about it, that is adolescent years because you were teenagers, right? And pages also speak to childhood as well. We have Page of Cups, Page of Pentacles, and Page of Swords. So Six of Cups talks about a reunion from a past person. This could also talk about past lives that you guys have spent with one another. And then I see you here as the divine feminine. Now, the Emperor is not in this reading, and I don't think he's going to show up, which means that he's not ready yet. But you're showing up as the Empress ready to go so that when he does make an appearance, you'll be ready for him. I see here that right now you guys are great friends. We have the Three of Pentacles. So let's just say you didn't ask outright, is this Donald? My first indication would be a repeating card from a reading that we did with him. Number one. Number two, knowing this person since childhood or for a long time. Six of Pentacles. All of the pages indicating knowing someone when you were young, because pages is the youngest court cards of the tarot. The pages are, and we have 3 of them here. And then also the fact that this is a person that you are currently friends with or have always been friends with, because we have the 3 of Pentacles here. So who would I be describing to you if I said those things? You would be thinking Donald too. So that's why, and not only that, but all these are yes cards. Every single one of them are yes cards to answer your question. You said, I knew it. I freaking knew it. He literally was around me in and out. It was like a slow love builder, but I always kind of pushed him away. Afraid of something I've been manifesting, which is my person, was the surprise I kept picking up on when I channel and meditate. Yes, we've been knowing each other since I was 13, but we got closer my senior year of high school. So it's like, that's the other factor here too, is it's just like, if you didn't specifically flat out say, is it Donald? And you said, who is this divine masculine? These are the same cards that would have come out. And I would have been describing this to you, and you would have been like, oh my God, that's describing Donald. So that's why I feel like I'm saying 100%, even though I don't give guarantees in tarot readings. Um, as a spiritual standpoint, I am getting yes, that this is that person. This is the person that's coming through for you. And I will be clear that a lot of times when you get a divine masculine trying to come through, in like dreams or in meditations or whatever, sometimes you won't always see a face. It's more like an energy that you feel. So is this your second question, Tamara? Yeah, you typically don't see a face. It's weird, right? It's just an energy. So Donald and I energy when we're together, I can't explain it. It's strong, though feels unworldly, so close family, but new at the same time. Yeah, so like it feels familiar, is I guess what you're trying to say, that it feels familiar, but also it feels different. Which would make sense because we connect with people energetically. I like to say, because people will ask that question sometimes, and I'll be like, I learned that over time you're actually attracted to someone energetically, not physically. And I feel like that blows people's minds because they're like, wait a second, huh? Because you look at someone and you think that they're physically attractive or they're not physically attractive. But have you ever noticed that if you get to know someone who is conventionally attractive and their personality sucks and then they become so ugly, or you know someone who's like not necessarily your type right off the bat, but you get to know them and they become like the hottest thing you've ever seen in your life because their personality, you're attracted to their energy whether you realize it or not, you are. So you're not ever attracted to someone physically, and that's something that I don't think people realize. And so when you say that, and I'm shuffling for you now, Tamara, when you say that like you can feel it through the energy, it's crazy. And how this person doesn't have a face. It's important to note that that's because you are attracted to their energy. Now, it can also be like a secondary explanation of the fact that you guys have lived multiple lives together. If you believe in past lives, or whatever, that kind of indicates that like their physical self doesn't matter to you, because you know in any lifetime you're always going to find them attractive, and every lifetime they look different, so that way you can't ever really put a face to them, because until you meet them in this next life you're never going to know what they look like, because they've always looked different every single time you've been together. So it's just the energy that you recognize. It's kind of crazy. I actually just got like divine information just now, which I think is kind of wild. Thank you, Spirit, for that. They're actually saying that's why you have a type too, because it could be like your past carrying into your current life. Like they're saying like you could have had a type in your past life, and that's what you're looking for in this life, because you that's what the person looked like before, and now that's what you're looking for now, and so that keeps changing. And they're also saying that maybe like subconsciously you know what the person's going to look like in this life, so you have a type because that's the type you think that you're supposed to be looking for. um because what deep down you're trying to do is find that person that you've lived a life with before. That's interesting. Thanks, Spirit. That's an interesting message. My type for the longest is a Taurus, Chris Brown, fine Taurus self. You've always been attracted to Tauruses, but Donald is more brown skin. Yeah, so it's like interesting because it's like, do I have a type because that's who that person was in the last life we lived together? Or do I know subconsciously what they're going to look like? So I'm trying to narrow it down as well. Yeah, it's interesting. All right. So about Donald being husband divine masculine, is this the surprise my ancestors and spirit guides have been trying to tell me? Is this the surprise they've been trying to tell her? Is this the surprise they've been trying to tell her? So, okay, so surprise is an interesting word because I'm not aligning with the word surprise, but maybe because you have a closer relationship with your spiritual team, you can make better sense of it than me. I feel like it was basically, instead of surprise, I would say it felt like your spiritual team was trying to give you hope, was trying to say your person is here and your person is closer than you think, and just trying to keep you aware, trying to keep your eyes open, trying to make you feel a sense of peace that, or hope that you're going to get what it is that you're looking for. But at the same time, you said surprise. So I'm going to go with your word. So I do feel like this is a yes. I got the 10 of Cups. So the 10 of Cups talks about alignment. It talks about happiness. It talks about marriage. It talks about building a life with someone and really feeling like you're where you're supposed to be. And so, yeah, like a realization. That's perfect. I like that word a lot. It feels like to me, yes, to answer your question outright, but to expand on the 10 of Cups, this card talks about just whenever you get this feeling, this is how they're going to communicate with you. When you feel like, aha, that's it, that must be it, and everything clicks for you, Tamara, that is spirit trying to say that whenever you feel this way, you are in alignment, that you can trust yourself and that you are in alignment. They want you to get familiar with this feeling of being right about your intuition. So they're saying yes, and this isn't the last time you're going to feel this way. This is just the first of many. Do you know what I mean? They're saying they want you to get familiar with this feeling because then you'll know that you're on the right path, that you are getting the correct information from them. You said, I say surprised because we always pick with each other like best friends. But that special night, he made me feel like the only girl in the world, like the guy I've been manifesting asking for. Another side note to me, I never knew he had, and ever since it got me thinking. So I am getting a yes for you for this question. But yeah, I think that it's important you keep in mind that this isn't the only time you're going to feel this way when it comes to like your divine masculine. You might get this feeling when things just suddenly click for you and you're like, it has to do with a job or it has to do with an idea. They're saying get familiar with this feeling because this is how we'll communicate with you. So that's important for you to hear. Like some people get premonition, some people get dreams, some people get deja vu and they feel like they're in alignment and they're like, thank you, Spirit, for that confirmation. Some people get synchronicities, some people get angel numbers. Everyone's spiritual team communicates with them differently. But for you, it's going to be this feeling of everything clicking, I feel. Kind of like how it did with this person when suddenly everything made sense. And that just means that you're kind of aligning with all of your timelines, if that makes sense. And as you move forward, you're either going to feel like you're closer to that alignment or farther away. And that's going to be your inner compass to guide you along the path. So I think part of it too, when it comes to Donald, is just keeping in mind that this is your person. This is an important person for you. And don't get too hung up on the details. Just let things happen as they're going to happen. Because what's meant for you isn't going to walk away. You know what I mean? So hopefully that answers all your questions, Tamara. I hope you enjoyed your readings with me as well. You're welcome. Okay. All right. So let's update this list here. All right. So next up, I have James. And James, I also just got another donation from you as well. Let me see where I am as far as donations, guys. I want to see if I'm just going to keep going or if I'm going to need to do a last call soon. I'm just trying to see mathematically what the plan is here. I knew it was going to be a busy night. If you guys follow my stories, I was saying that on there. Okay. And we have 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. We have about an hour more of readings roughly. I think I can stay open for a little while longer, so I'll hold off on that for now. Okay, James, I got you. No worries. And we're going to do all 3 of these at the same time for you. So, do you want to start with... Hold on one second. I think I've been talking for a long time. It's been 3 hours. I'm actually going to take you in my kitchen while I grab another water real quick. So, James, you want to start with the what does Patty want from you? Like, what is Patty basically? What is she looking for from you? What does she need? What does she want? That kind of thing. Because if you want to start with that reading, we can do that. I might actually end up moving into my kitchen in a little while. It's like a change of scenery. Sorry, guys. My throat's really dry. I probably should be making tea or something. Jesus Christ. I'm going to spill my water everywhere. I'm a mess. Okay, perfect. Just a reminder for everyone that's waiting, you're more than welcome to leave your question with me if you feel like you can't stick around. And if you pay to skip, if you decide to do that, just let me know in the chat as soon as you do, because I want to move you up on the list. We don't currently have any pay to skips, and we don't currently have any pre-orders to work on. So that means that skips are fair game. All right, starting with the question that I had. Okay. What does Patty want from James right now? What does Patty want from James? What does Patty want from James right now? She wants you to focus on yourself. I have the Eight of Cups, so she's saying self-analysis, self-discovery, introspection. I feel like with the Eight of Cups too, I feel like she wants you to take the focus off of her and put it more on yourself as well. That could be why I was getting that message earlier today and why we're kind of piggybacking off of that reading, because that is here. If you're familiar with the Eight of Cups, you could definitely see that. Let me see if there's any other information that needs to come through, because they're saying so it's saying sometimes we get caught up in the desire to stay in a relationship because we invested so much time, patience, and emotions into the other person. When the Eight of Cups appears, it's time to understand that the relationship might not be what you want it to be right now, and that it's important to turn your relationship, your focus inward. She's asking for patience. She's saying patience is needed. You might get information that might feel like your connection is being delayed even further, but she's saying that it's important that you have patience with her at this time. What does she need, or what does she want from James? What does she want from James? She's saying she needs from you love, comfort, and kindness. She likes that. She likes when you are sensitive with her, when you are understanding with her. She feels she needs you to have, or this isn't like a demand. I feel like I want to be clear. I don't think Patty is sitting there going like, this is the way that it needs to be. But I think that she was saying like, it would be nice. She's looking for you to like understand her perspective, even when it doesn't make sense to you. Because I have the Page of Swords here, and she's saying, I want to be understood. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to you, I don't want to feel wrong to feel how I feel. I want to be understood. Because the Page of Swords is like, she's asking you to have an eagerness to understand, or an eagerness to learn, or an eagerness to, like, she doesn't want to be fixed. She's just saying, I just want to be heard. I just want to be seen. I want to be understood. And it's all about perspective, I think, for her. She's just saying, I want him to try to see things my way, see things how I see them, even if it's not natural to him to do so, or even if it's not like this natural thing or natural way of thinking. I really want him to try to see things from my eyes or my perspective. Now, when I say that, I also feel like I'm being met with resistance, because I feel like, James, she doesn't let you in enough to her past experiences for you to be able to understand. But I think that's going to have to be something worked out between the two of you, because in order for you to understand her perspective, she would need to open up and be really raw and be very vulnerable. So I think just try to make her feel safe to do so, to further open up to you so you can understand where she's coming from. But again, we can't really force someone. It's kind of tough. It's like a weird place to be in, because I can see both sides. I can see how, like, she's just like, even if you don't understand it, understand it. Like, and you're like, how can I understand it if you're not telling me like everything that's going on? So this is a tough place. And I think that's why sometimes she, like, just lets things go, because she does know that she withholds a lot of information that maybe she's scared to talk about, or she's scared to be vulnerable about, and she doesn't want to be judged for it. That's a tough thing, because it's like, I don't know. Anyways, I feel like that thought is concluded. Let me get one more card here. What does she need from him? What does she want from him at this time? Now, it's not specifying, James, that she just needs friendship with you or anything like that. It's not saying that. I'm not getting like anything like friend zone vibes or anything. So if that's what you're wondering, I'm not picking up on that. I'm not getting, I feel like she's just saying, can you just be my person? Can you just be a person to me? Like, she doesn't want to put a title on that. She doesn't want to say friends, friend zoned, friends with benefits, relationship, girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband. Like, she doesn't want to put a title on this. She just knows that you're a valuable connection to her, and she's saying, can you just be a person to me? So I feel like she needs you, or she's saying, I need you to not want to slap a title on us right now. I think you underestimate, James, the amount of like value she puts on your opinion. Like, I think you truly underestimate it. And I think she's scared to be like judged by you or cross-examined by you, because your opinion matters a lot to her. It's like, it's truly like she does not want to disappoint you. It's like the worst thing in the world for her is to disappoint you. And again, now we're coming back to, remember I've compared you guys to like a father-daughter relationship before. Not in a like weird incestual way, but like a spiritual family type of way. And like, I feel like she's just like, I don't want to disappoint him. Like, you have this like authority opinion over her that it really matters to her. So don't underestimate that or undervalue that, because that underserves your connection if you do that. Your opinion does matter a lot to her, and disappointing you is like the worst thing she could ever do. So I think the more comfort and love and support you can show her, and like allowing her to be vulnerable and share things with you that might suck to hear, is what she needs from you right now. And I think that would benefit your relationship greatly. Typically, I tell people, don't put yourself in a position to be friend zoned. Don't put yourself in a position to be that friend where the other person is talking about their relationship to you, because that's not a good place to be. But this is different because of the connection that you guys have and what you have formed. And she's not going to be telling you about a current other relationship. She would be telling you about past experiences. And I think that's where it's different. So I think that it's important that you offer that to her, while also saying, hey, that was a lot for me to process. So I'm going to take some time. and I'm going to focus on myself for now, but I'm here if you need me, and then come back and address things, because I'm sure there's going to be some things that are going to make you uncomfortable to hear if she chooses to open up with you. But I think right now she's just like, don't put a title on us, just be my person, just love and comfort and respect me, understand me, even if it doesn't make sense to you. Try to change your perspective and understand me, and have patience with me. And I feel like that's, oh, and then focus on yourself. I feel like that's all that I'm getting. You said it's funny because in one of your past lives, your connection, you were her father. Yeah. So like that could be carrying into to this in a significant way, because I definitely get that dynamic quite a bit. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so second and third mini reading. Let me know what we're doing for that. IJ, perfect. Thank you for confirming. I'll call on you in a little bit. Did you have a preference on channeled message first or BOGO first? We're supposed to go to group mediumship tomorrow. Sorry. Okay, that sounds good, IJ. I got you. We're supposed to go to a group mediumship event tomorrow. What, if anything, will this impact our relationship or anything be revealed to us? All right, let's see. That's so cool, a mediumship event. I like that. I think that you guys are going to be doing practices together. Hold on. What is this? Because for some reason I was hearing that you guys are going to be practicing with each other, like psychic exercises, but then I also heard Like, is this a mediumship as in like you might be getting a reading from a medium? Or is this to like strengthen your mediumship abilities? Because for some reason I heard practicing like intuition tests or something like that, or like doing like fun intuition tests together, like psychic tests with each other for some reason. Because I have home and I have answers. But then I'm like, what if I'm getting this all wrong? I'm like, what if they're going to get a reading from a medium? But I have answers. Either way, getting some answers that you've been wanting or looking for. So this could be like questions and answers. But I'm very much drawn to the home portion of this card, James, because this card indicates, like when you're talking on the phone to each other and it's like you're in your comfort zone and she's in her comfort zone and then you guys are having phone conversations. So I'm at least pulling on talking to each other about the event. At a minimum, I see you guys having phone conversations about this. There's something here about answers. And this guy looks like a medium himself. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, is this like a mediumship class? Or is this where you're getting a reading? Okay, you might be getting a reading. Okay. So maybe some answers for what you've been looking for, because we have closure. Answers and closure. That's interesting. Yes. Okay. Got you. So, James, that is what I was pulling strongly first. When you said group mediumship event, I was hearing psychic intuitive tests because I saw the home card and I also saw the answers. So, what that was saying to me is that you guys will be using this as a way to like strengthen your intuition. I do that a lot actually with my cousin who we did a reading with the other day, who we did the collaboration with. Is we'll do like psychic or intuitive tests, like where we'll go to sleep and we'll be like, think of something for you and I'll think of something for me, and then we'll dream and we'll see what comes through, and then we'll tell each other what we saw the next morning. Or like if you don't want to do a dream intuition test, you can just do it in your day-to-day life. It's a group mediumship event, so there's a few psychic mediums there. About 20 other people will be read randomly. So I'm getting answers and I'm getting closure. Maybe that's why I'm getting both, James, because you might be getting a reading, you or Patty, because there could be some answers that you guys have had in your head about someone who has passed on, or some information that you've been hoping to receive from a medium, and getting answers about that. So here's what I'm getting. This is a threefold answer. Getting answers and getting closure because you're getting a reading from a medium on someone that you've been waiting to hear from. Secondly, asking a medium questions about mediumship abilities and getting answers on those mediumship abilities, like a Q&A situation. And then the very first impression that I got as far as like when it comes to Patty and you was intuition tests, psychic and intuition tests. And I was seeing that like basically in your home, a light is turned on in whatever room you're talking to Patty, and she's in her home and she's comfortable and lights turned on whatever room she's in. You guys are on the phone with each other and you guys are doing intuition tests together. So maybe I'm just getting it all. I don't know. That was kind of crazy. But I got like answers and closure. So like answers to your questions and getting closure. So I think it's like highly possible that you're going to get a reading from, that you or Patty are going to get a reading from a medium. Maybe Patty, maybe because, well, I don't know your situation, James, but I know that she has a loved one that was really hard for her recently. And so she might be getting that. I feel like you're going to be you're going to be getting some really great tools on how to tap further into these abilities as well. But I think as far as your connection goes, I think this is going to give you guys something like fun to do together and to talk about, that takes a little bit of pressure off of the status of your relationship and where you guys stand, and it allows you guys to just get into something like fun to do, because I feel like you guys walk away feeling very inspired. And I have the new beginnings here, and I have like this feeling of just like a lot of love. So I feel like she's walking away feeling good from this, you're walking away feeling good from this, and then it's giving you guys kind of like a touchstone, something to come back to talk about further. um let's see, will this impact the relationship? Will this impact the relationship? Well, I am seeing reconciliation. Now, you guys aren't separated right now, so that could just mean that it's helping bring you guys closer. We have transformation here. So maybe it is subtly underneath it all, when you have more fun together and take some of the pressure off, it's showing up for your connection a little bit differently. So I hope that she can get a reading. I hope I'm right. Her father passed back in September. Yeah, I knew she was going through something. I'm seeing like a lot of back and forth between you guys after this event. This event gives you a lot of tools and reasons to communicate with each other that's making things exciting for your connection. So, again, as far as impacting your personal connection, I feel like it's giving you guys something fun to do together and talk about. But I also just heard that if she gets a reading and her dad comes through for her, I feel like that's going to be some release that she's going to have been needing, because I see personal issue reaches resolution. And I would encourage her, if she doesn't get a reading tomorrow, to find a reputable medium where maybe she can get some closure. Maybe this will ignite like a desire to get a reading from someone, because she's seeing other people get readings and it's helping them, and maybe she's going to feel like this desire to do it for herself as well. I think sometimes when we can get closure on things, it can help us open up for a new chapter. And so I feel like there's a lot of stuff, James, that's going on behind the scenes through this event that you might not see results on for a while, but it's going to be the subtle things that are happening beneath the surface that are going to have long-term benefits. So just keeping that in mind. That's good. I'm so happy to hear things are good between you guys. I thought so. I wasn't ever thinking anything was not good between you guys. What is your next question? That was so weird though, like how all that information came in. Because at first I was like, psychic intuition test. And I was like, wait, no, is he getting a mediumship reading? And then I was like, wait a second. And I was like, wait, are they learning how to be mediums? And I just started having all these questions in my head. And I was like, okay, maybe everything is happening. Everything that I'm thinking is happening. That was weird. All right, we are working on the last reading for James for now. And then we will be working on IJ. After IJ, we have Dee Dee, then Tina, then Amy, then Elisa. Donations are still open if anybody would like to donate. If we get through the end of this list and no one's donated, then I'll probably just let things come to a natural end and get off. But I'll be back tomorrow. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. All right, so we have about 45 minutes worth of readings left to do. So I'm thinking around 1 in the morning. It's like 45 minutes from now where I'm at will be kind of where things will be coming to a natural end. So hopefully everyone can stick around for their reading. I'm going to try to get these done as quickly as I can. Will she come to brother's 30th birthday party in July? Will she come to brother's 30th birthday party in July? What will their relationship be like then? Is his birthday middle of July? Because I'm seeing 14, the number 14 for some reason. And I was like, that would be crazy. We also have 17. I was like, is this in mid-July? I don't know why I'm being, like, I don't know why I'm being, like, compelled to ask that question. But anyway, that's weird. Okay. So I'm not getting a flat out answer for you, James. I'm so sorry. I'm not getting a yes or no. I have the Two of Wands, which is maybe. This has to do with choices or decisions. Six of Swords, maybe. If I were to guess, because I have the Eight of Wands here, I would say she is going to. I would say she's coming. But that's like if someone put a gun to my head and said, or I don't want to use that expression. Take that back. If someone like basically was like, if you're going to put money on it, I would put money on yes, that she's going. But I don't feel like I have a clear enough answer for that right now. What will the relationship be like then? What will their relationship be like then? I mean, I see her wanting to celebrate it with you. So again, I'm leaning towards a yes there. I have the Three of Cups here, celebration, having fun together, going to festivities together. I see you guys still actively engaging and working on your connection. James, you are fucking kidding me right now. James, I have freaking chills right now. This is gonna have to go on like I don't know. This is gonna have to go somewhere because that is insane. I'm gonna have to put this on like social media or something. What the heck? That is in freaking sane, man. How? Okay, anyways, now that I'm like done reacting to that, that is crazy. Sorry, I'm sidetracked. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I see that you guys are like actively engaged in your connection and working on your connection. So I see communication still going. You guys are still communicating. I hear like force to be reckoned with, which is interesting. I think things are getting easier for you guys in July. And by easier, I mean like maybe going more with the flow, not feeling so much resistance, not putting a lot of expectations on yourself. Now, I will be clear, July still shows friendship because we have the 3 of Cups. That is so freaking crazy. I don't like even know what to say to that right now. I don't even know. I'm like, anyways. I was like, I don't know why I feel compelled to like ask the dates. That's why I say everything that I'm thinking. Because that might be important or it might be confirming or something. And so it's like, unless I feel spirit like holding my mouth shut, I will just say what's on my mind because you never know. You never know what's going to be of value to someone. You never know what's going to resonate with them. You never know like what's going to be confirmed. So that's really crazy. Well, y'all, if you didn't think I was real before this, that I feel like is resounding proof right there. Okay. Let's see. I feel you feel a sense of relief when it comes to your connection though in mid-July. Do I feel you guys are official in a relationship? No, I still feel like there's some back and forth there. But for some reason, I feel like there's a new lease on life for you, James. It's like a little bit of pep in your step, a little bounce. I think that you're you know, I know, James, that you feel very positive a lot of the time when it comes to your connection, and sometimes you can get kind of in your head, but then you get back to the positivity. I think that's the Gemini in you. I'm gonna be honest, because I am the same way, where it's like things might get me down for like a day or a couple hours, and then I'm like back to it. So that is like one of the best things about being like you and me. And I feel that. I feel that in July between your connection, leading up to the birthday party. I feel you, you know, saying, I have faith. I think that's what it is. I think it's our faith. I think it's our faith in knowing that, like, everything is going to be okay. Everything's been okay so far. Everything will be okay. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think just working on engaging with one another, strengthening your connection even further, making sure that you are dedicating time to talk to each other frequently throughout the week, seeing each other, spending time together. Like, I feel like that continues. And I still see friendship, but again, she doesn't want that title on your connection. She's like, that's like my person. I mean, if she had to put a title on you, I think at this point she would say my friend or my special friend. But sometimes special friend could be read like friends with benefits, which I think that would be a weird way to describe you because obviously it's more than that. I think it would be cute if she referred to you as her soulmate. You know what I mean? Like, because soulmates can be anything, but I think that she just doesn't want that title on y'all. But as far as your relationship, I think it's going well. I don't see a lot of hiccups. I think you guys are enjoying time together. And if she doesn't go to the party, I don't think it's because she doesn't want to. I think it might just be because something else is going on that's making her feel like that's not an option for her. But I'm leaning towards yes. So crazy. I'm still kind of shook. But yeah, James, that's what I thought for you. What the hell? Okay. So, James, you might still be listening. If so, I hope that that was good for you or you enjoyed your reading with me. Um, Okay, let me just fix my cards here. I'm about to work on IJ for a channeled reading for him. As you guys know, with channeled readings, I typically don't talk much when I do those. And they take me anywhere from like 5 to 10 minutes to get those done. You're welcome, James. Okay. Tina said do hers without her here. Okay, Tina, you got it, girl. I've got your question. I just double checked in PayPal, so we're good to go. Just come back whenever you're ready to get your reading, and I hope you have a great night, okay? I know that it's a weeknight. For me, it's like my first night of the week. I know it's getting late for some people, so I totally understand if you can't stick around, but I'm going to do your reading just like I would if you were here. Okay, so this is for IJ and NF. You're welcome, Tina. All right. Let's just NF to IJ. All right, I'm gonna go turn my AC up a little bit. I don't know why, but whenever I start channeling, I get like really freaking hot. I like start sweating. I don't know what it is. So let me go fix my AC real quick before that starts happening. It's like every time I do a channeling, that happens to me. Weird. All right, we're about halfway done. What the heck? Wow. Okay. So it's interesting because I put at the end of this message, I put like a little heart, which is funny because I've never done that for your readings, but I don't know. Maybe she's feeling a little flirty, a little cute, putting a little heart there. I don't know what that means, but I wrote it. It's an impression that I got to do. So I did it. All right. Hey, Lisa, welcome back, girl. Okay, so I'm sending this to you now. So she says, I want to talk to you again. It was so nice to interact. It reminded me of why I like you so much. Not that I forgot, but it was just nice to feel that energy again. I want you to know that I am still in survival mode. I am still trying to keep it together. I still also have feelings for you. I often reread our messages, especially if I'm having an off day or in need of a smile. And I'm going to stop right there for a second. I think that's why she responded to you, because she was rereading your messages and she probably realized that she didn't respond to something that you said. Or she was saving it for a time when she wanted an excuse to reach out to you. So just by the by, I think that's what that was. So she says, I often reread our messages, especially if I'm having an off day or in need of a smile. I hope I still have a chance one day. You make me feel so warm inside. You're just very cozy to me. I watch your social media too. I hope we can see the other side of this sooner rather than later. Heart. So that is what I've got. And you should hopefully have that email soon, if not already. Aw, it's cute, right? Okie dokie. Now that that's done, let's work on your BOGO. I love doing channel messages. They're so fun. Was all of that on mute? Did anyone hear what I just said? Oh no. Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't on mute. So yeah, just to reiterate, if for whatever reason, like no one heard what I said. Next up we have Dee Dee. We're about halfway down with IJ's reading, and then Elisa, since you are here and you checked in, but you're last on the list, I just wanted to let you know that it's still going to be a little bit of a wait because we're still working through some people. So if you want to pay to skip, you can, or you can leave your question with me if that's your preference, or you can just stick around. But I know that it's getting late, at least where I am. So I was just trying to throw that out there. Um, all right. IJ says, how is she currently feeling about all of this? How's she currently feeling about all of this? Well, she's saying that she's trying to have faith. Um, what it feels like to me is she's saying you're like one of the most emotionally intelligent people that she's like ever met. And I feel like she's saying that you have like selfless gestures and motivations, and she can just tell that you're a well-meaning person. You're someone that's like a good confidant, someone trustworthy, someone mature, you're emotionally stable. And I feel like because of that, she's saying, I can have faith in this connection. Like, she may be a little bit worried because you're a catch. In her eyes, she's saying, I think that someone could try to come scoop him up. But she doesn't lack faith in the sense that she knows that you guys have a strong connection, and unless something stronger comes in and takes over, that you will likely wait for her because you're not just going to fall for anybody. I think that she feels she can trust that, and she can trust what you guys have. So I think that she feels I don't know. Her feelings are just, I have faith about this. Like, I have faith that if he's meant for me, like, it's all going to work itself out in the end. Like, I feel like for her, at this point, she's just in a hurry because she's in a hurry. I think that she's just like ready for that part of her life to start. Let's see. How's she feeling about all this? I feel like every single time she has a conversation with you or interacts with you in any way, she becomes more and more confirmed that what she's thought about you all along is true. And I feel like again, the word inspired is coming through here again, but it's like every interaction that you guys have is just another exposure. It's another thing for her to say, oh my God, yes, like this is who I thought it was. He's such a good person. He's living up to what I thought. And I feel like it's just giving her further validation every time you guys communicate. How is she currently feeling about this? I think she's feeling good, IJ. I mean, as good as she can. Obviously, she leads a stressful life, right? We have the Three of Swords here. But again, I think her only reasons to want to speed things up is because she's ready to like embark on that next adventure where she gets everything that she wants. She's having faith, she's showing strength in your connection. I think she's going to talk to you again soon. I remember when I was doing your reading and I sneezed, and typically whenever I sneeze or like my nose or my face itches, it's doing it right now. My eye is itching. It means that this person is trying to communicate with you in the near future. And we also have the Knight of Cups. So while I think that she's not ready to fully put herself out there, she might be trying to express her feelings for you a little more. Maybe throw a compliment your way, something along those lines. Maybe like liking something of yours, letting you know that she's acknowledging you without like fully laying it all out there. She's learning from the past, by the way. I'm getting that. She's working hard to get through whatever her obstacles are in efforts to start this next chapter. How's she feeling about the connection? I think overall she's feeling good, IJ. Like I don't see any negative feelings here or anything. I think it's just maybe a little bit of fear of like, is he gonna move on? Because, you know, he's a catch. But I think though she brings herself back to reality and says, but if we're meant to be, we will be, and I just need to have faith in that. She seems more inspired lately and has been more motivated to post her next goals and ideas. Oh, I love that for her. I'm so happy to hear that. I like that she's starting to have more faith in herself. Yeah, definitely. It seems almost like a mindset shift a little bit. Trying to focus more on like what's going well rather than what's going wrong. All right, what do IJ's guides feel he should work on more now in this active waiting process? What should he work more on? So, IJ, you're like a really solid dude. I can already tell that just from our interactions, but also from these cards. But I feel like they're saying have some fun. Have some fun. For some reason, I'm saying have some fun. Like, you have so many cards of like responsibility, fairness, like maturity, um, like husbandly material. Like, don't forget to have fun, do stuff for yourself as well. Um, Not that you don't, but maybe you need to have a little more of it. Maybe you need to have a little more fun. We have the King of Wands, which is someone who gets inspired and like creates out of that space. So, like, I'm not sure what you're doing day to day. If you have like any businesses off the ground or if you have like any type of like creative outlets, but I feel like that's important to, if you don't, figure out what that would be for yourself. You love that she's doing that. She's so critical of herself at times. Trying to remind her of that. I've been trying to get back and incorporating more spontaneous fun into your life. But yeah, like that's what I'm getting here is like sometimes release some of that seriousness, and have a little more fun. Like, you know, have you always been that way? Have you always been the responsible person around, and the people around you from the friend group? Are you always like the reliable one, the dependable one? I have that here with the Knight of Pentacles, and like, what made you that way, if you've always been that way, and how do you get back to like a free inner child? Don't let your past hold you back. Just because you've been that way all of your life doesn't mean you can't be something different tomorrow. Every day is a new day to reinvent yourself. Not that you need to change anything, really, IJ. I'm getting like, you're doing great. Like Spirit saying, you work towards your North Node. You work on yourself. Your King of Pentacles, Emperor energy. You're fair. You've released like karmic injustice. You are no longer attracted to karmic partners. Maybe you never have been, but I'm getting like you just are fair and you're responsible and you're mature. And I'm getting a lot of these like words, and Spirit is saying he should keep doing that because, that's what he's good at and that's what he's done. But I think they're saying like incorporate just a little more fun in here. Bring fun into the situation. What does he need to work on during this waiting process? Yeah, because it's like sometimes if we're very like philosophical people, we're very like a lot of thinkers, you can get really deep into things, and you can kind of spiral into that place of like wisdom and knowledge and like affirmations and things that are inspirational and thought-provoking and healing and all of that stuff, but then we're just like, but we're not having fun. Like, that in a sense is fun to us, but it's not actually having fun. Like, I feel like Spirit's saying turn your brain off for just a little while and just enjoy, because you'll be surprised like the inspiration that comes to you when you're not like looking for it. So that's like the biggest thing. But honestly, all of these cards are so good. Like, I'm not seeing anything. I mean, are we all ever evolving, or is our personal development ever truly at a halt? No, we don't ever hit a glass ceiling on that. I feel like I always believe that if we do, then we're just going to die, because there's nothing left to learn in a human existence. So every day on this earth is another day, another opportunity to learn something or grow or become a better person. And so I'm not saying that you don't have those things to do or to learn, but maybe currently in this place of life, you have, and it's time to have some fun. Maybe your spiritual lessons will come, when you have a kid and you become a father, or you'll have more spiritual lessons when you enter a relationship. But as of right now, on your own, the way that it stands, you've done a lot of that work already. I love how you said, I've been trying to get back into incorporating more spontaneous fun in my life for the most part. There's still limitations on there, which is so funny to me. You've been getting more into nature lately, but want to get into golf. I think, yeah, I mean, you definitely are going to have like opportunity to like learn and discover and heal and grow, but you got to have fun. And I think that's your message, honestly, IJ. Just short and sweet. Do what you're called to do. Get into golf. Go do your thing. Have fun. Because right now, what can you really do but enjoy yourself until the waiting game is over? It's weird. That's the second time I've said waiting game in a reading today. Do you have any follow-up, IJ? You're welcome. This has been a long live, guys. I know I took the last 3 days off, but damn. All right, what's coming up in the month of August for Dee Dee? Perfect. Thank you, IJ. I'm glad to hear it. What's coming up for Dee Dee in the month of August? Wow. Okay. I think you got this before, Dee Dee. New beginnings in love. Or maybe it was reconciliation in love. But you've got new beginnings here in August when it comes to love. Very heart chakra centered. Potentially maybe dating in August. Oh, we have reconciliation here. Remember I just said reconciliation. So maybe that person that's supposed to be coming in July, maybe that extends into August. Let's see. What's coming in the month of August? You have healing and happiness. I feel like lots of heart chakra healing, I've got to be honest. We have a lot of green symbolism, butterflies for transformation. So I see heart and throat chakra specifically that's going to be healed in August or healing in August. We have the strength card here. I'm being very much drawn to the closeness that this person has with animals. And I'm seeing felines on this card. So sometimes when I think about felines, I think about the cat distribution system, which is kind of funny. Not that you're going to get a new cat. You could. That could be an interpretation. But they talk about how, like, you get just what you need when you need it. Like, that's the metaphor of the cat distribution system, is that maybe you weren't looking for it, but you're getting it because you need it. And so there could be something happening in August where it's like it might not be what you're looking for, but you're getting it because you need it at that time. And it very well could be a cat or it could be another animal that you happen upon and take in as a pet or foster or something. But I feel like there's something coming for you that's going to just jump in your line of sight. And it's going to be something that you're not expecting in August. I think overall you have a good well-being. You have a lot here that I mentioned before about like health. I think I mentioned that in the last reading, health and healing, health and well-being. So I think that's important to note that maybe that carries on into August as well. What's going on in August for Dee Dee, please? I see a rainbow. That reminds me of the Ten of Cups. So maybe some alignment in August. So you might be getting like signs or synchronicities that are making you feel like you're where you're supposed to be or you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Sometimes people feel that way because they get deja vu or they see a specific angel number, or maybe, you know, their guardian angels who were once earthbound, they have a special symbol like a feather or a blue jay or something like that. And so some people, whenever they see those things, they feel they're on the right path, or maybe there's synchronicities in their life that happens. So I'm not sure what that is for you, but I feel like you're getting signs in August that are like personal and private to your specific journey that make you feel like you're on the right path, that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. I am seeing light in your load, and I also saw career. I mentioned that in July there was going to be like a career oriented month. I also am feeling that for August. So I feel like August might actually be the time that you take some time off. Maybe you plan a vacation or a weekend trip or something like that. Maybe you have something already planned in August. I just see like lighten your load, like maybe cut back your hours a little bit. Maybe you work less in August. Or if you have multiple jobs, maybe you take some time off from one of them, something along those lines. Not a huge difference between July and August for you, Dee Dee. I think some of the stuff kind of continues on for you, but hopefully you got some new information there. But that is what I have for you. Thank you so much. We are going to move on to the next person, which is Tina. And Tina, we're going to put you on the screen as well for you guys to come back to. All right, so Tina says, mini read, what is coming towards me in love in July? All right, let's take a look. After Tina, we have Amy. Amy, if you're here, let me know. After Amy, we have Elisa. And the lists are still open. We almost hit our giveaway tonight, but we didn't quite get there. All right, Tina. What is coming towards Tina in July? What is coming towards Tina in July? We have truth. I have maybe something's going to be revealed to you in July. Closure. So you could be hearing from someone or getting some type of clarity that you've been needing from someone in particular, or maybe you're providing closure or honesty with someone else. I think that it's allowing you to make better decisions for yourself moving forward. I see you getting your justice. So hopefully you know what I'm talking about here, because it feels like there is something going on between you and someone else, because we have reconciliation. So maybe you guys come back into one another's life in July where you feel like you're getting your justice, or you feel like you are giving someone justice as well. Or either or, and then where the truth is coming out, or someone's coming clean and providing clarity and closure here. What's coming towards Tina in July? We have a lot of full moon imagery here in these readings. This feels like a very climactic, I'm just paying a lot of attention to like the full moons. This also can speak to pregnancy as well. Oh my God, I said clarity and we have clarity here. So that's interesting. I think July, this is surrounding one person in particular. It could be more than one person, but I think the situation is related if it involves more than one person. And I'm referring to the whole thing about getting the truth. That's what I'm talking about when I say that. I say that you feel a lot better once this is discussed, or when this conversation happens, and you feel like you're able to move forward with more maybe relief, more love in your heart, maybe forgiveness potentially. We also have friendship. So this might involve a friend. Doesn't have to. This could be a lover or a past ex or something like that, or a past situationship. But we do have friendship. So like maybe leaning on your friends in the month of July, spending more time with them. This could involve them. I see ultimately you leave the month of July walking into August very happy. And no more cards are coming out, so I think that's where the message ends for you, Tina. That is what I have for you. You can come back and watch this and let me know if you have any questions in the chat, or if you need anything clarified. I can see if I can try to help you. And when I say questions, I just mean if there's something that I said that you didn't understand. Sometimes when I say that to people, they think I'm allowing them to ask another like tarot question. So, like, sorry, that's not what I meant. But yeah, Tina, that is what I've got for you. So, Amy, thank you for showing up. I know it's been a minute. You've been waiting a while. You've been waiting since yesterday, so it's like 2 hours. I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's just been crazy. I have you down for a BOGO. We're just gonna try to like rock and roll right on through these readings because I only have one other person after you. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and do a last call. So next up, Elisa. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. All right, been going through a grieving process, of course. I want to know, was I the main special person to Eli when he was Earthside? I know I wasn't the only person he was talking to, but I hope he was taking me seriously. All right, let's see. Was Amy the main special person? Actually, before I do that, Amy, real quick, I'm just going to throw I don't think we hit our goal, so I'm just going to take that off. We get so close sometimes that I'm just like, come on, guys. But at the same time, I've been here almost 5 hours, so I'm not going to stress it. That's one less reading I have to do. And I also don't want to force it. It's like if it happens, it happens. Okay. The part that like bothers me about that is that I started off at 30 as my goal and it seemed difficult to achieve, so I moved down to 25 and we've hit 25 multiple times. So it's not unachievable. I do know that. So that's what frustrates me is like if I keep lowering it, I'm going to do myself a disservice because then I'm going to do an extra tarot reading for less when I know that we've hit that goal before. So it's like at this point, it's not for me, it's for y'all. So if you want to help me out, give me some likes on this live stream, cool. If not, that's cool too. I'm not going to force it. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where it's like, even though we hit so close sometimes, I know we've achieved it multiple times in the past. So I can't lower the number, you know? We just got to keep it, yeah, at 25. Okay. Was Amy the main person to Eli before he passed away? Was Amy the main person for Eli before he passed away? We know he was talking to other girls, but was Amy the one he felt strongest for? Okay, I am getting that you're the one he felt strongest for before he passed away. That is what I'm getting. Shoot, hold on. I feel like freaking Eli comes in here and he like creates chaos for me. I feel like every single time I do a reading on him, there's something happening. And I don't know if he was like a prankster or what the fuck, but Eli, cut that shit out because I'm over it. Like, stop spilling my paper messages. Keep the spiders away from me. Like, now he's got my oracle cards falling all over the place. I don't know what it is about his energy, but it's like he likes to do pranks or something. I don't know what the fuck this is, but cut it out. He was known to be a prankster. Like every single time something is going on when I'm doing your readings, like cut it out. It's not funny anymore. I'm over it. Oh my god. I'm like, no. Okay. So anyways, yes, I am getting that you were the person that he felt. I had no idea he was known to be a prankster. That's so funny. That you were the person he had strongest feelings for. And I think that it really hurt him that he never made that clear to you, I have the Three of Swords. I think it breaks his heart that he was never able to make that clear to you. And I think that it breaks his heart that he made such shitty situations like messy, that you are having to uncover these things as time goes on, and he can't be here to clear his name or clear up the confusion. And sorry, I'm like having trouble talking. I know that that was something that he had mentioned in the past. That's something that I have brought up before, but he's saying like I left so many loose ends, and it's like it's only understandable that she would feel this way. That she would feel like she wasn't special to me, and she was. um, and I think that this is something that he's going to have to sit with for forever, until you guys meet again. He tries to do his best to come through me or through whatever mediumships you guys do or whatever. He's just like, I think he's just really sorry. Like, I have the Three of Swords, which talks about sorrow and unhappiness. And I think it honestly disturbs his soul that you didn't know, like, how special you were to him, like that, how important your bond was to him, for however short or however fleeting it was. And he's saying, I left things so messy. I left things confusing, and I'm never going to be able to tell her what truly was happening with me, or what was going on in my mind, or why I was doing the things that I was doing. I'm never going to be able to have that conversation with her, and I have regret about that. He just is saying, like, he doesn't want you to feel the burden of this. He's saying he sees you carrying the weight of it all. And it's going to destroy you, he said, the Tower. And he says, this isn't your burden to carry. I feel literally like, I feel pain in my heart right now. Like, I feel like he's saying, like, your heart hurts and his heart hurts. Like, and I feel a literal pain, like heartbreak pain. Some people can die from heartbreak. Like, if like a couple has been married for like 70 years, one person passes away, the other person typically passes away shortly after, because like their heart can't bear to be without that person. So it's like, it feels very regretful for him. And I feel like he's saying, like, you were special to me. I had the strongest feelings for you, and I'm sorry that I left things so, like, messy. I feel like that's the word that keeps coming through, that he keeps saying, like, I just left it in disarray. Like, I left things confusing. But I feel like for him too, while I feel he's always had a feeling that he might die young, I do get that for him. I also felt like this was also very sudden for him, and it wasn't until he passed away that he realized that that was the plan all along. Like, there was an initial shock or initial confusion. Like, I don't think he set out to die that day. You know what I mean? So I think that was just a hard pill for him to swallow. But I do feel like he had this feeling that he might die young. But I think he's saying, I thought I had more time to figure it out. That's what it feels like to me. He thought he had more time to sort through it all. And I feel like, unfortunately, time was not on his side. Because I think even still, Amy, when he was Earthside, I still think that he had confusion surrounding you. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that he didn't have the strongest feelings for you, and it doesn't mean that he didn't see a future with you, and it doesn't mean that he didn't intend to like hang out with you soon, and you know what I'm saying, like, and spend time with you, like, so that's the sucky part, is that it's just time wasn't on his side, and he didn't have enough time to sort through it all because he had a lot of open-ended situations that he knew probably going into those things that nothing was ever going to come from it. But I think he was still trying to figure himself out and figure out what he wanted. And maybe even I'm kind of hearing like going through those connections, going back down the road with those people that you're just now finding out about. Maybe it was his way when he was here to give himself closure. So that way he could move forward with you without any regrets or questions or confusion. You know, like we have to think of it from his perspective too, is that maybe him reaching out to these people and talking to them in his final days was his way of getting closure. So that way he could pave the way for you with less confusion. But what it looks like from the outside and to you is that he was doing this to start something up with these people. But I think internally he was seeking closure with them because I think that he was confused about you, and he had all these like open-ended unresolved feelings for these other people, and was like, let me tie this up so that way I can move forward with Amy with a clear mind because she's good for me. Yeah, exactly. Because like it really is hard here. I remember when I would talk to him out loud, funny enough, I would say, gosh, Eli, this is also messy. Yeah, he's saying it's messy. Like he understands it. Like he is not denying that, period. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Um, so I feel like from him, like he's saying I was just trying to get closure. I was just trying to get clarity. But from your perspective, it looks like I was just talking to everyone. And that was not the case. I wasn't just talking to everyone. I was actually thinking about our future, and I was just trying to see I was trying to get closure on those residual feelings so that I could have better clarity and less confusion for myself. And I feel like he's saying I thought I had more time. I thought I had more time to figure it out. 100% Amy. I think Angelica's spot on there. Does she do readings? Does Because I feel like Angelica and I were very much aligned in these things, and I'm just curious, has she ever thought about doing readings like this before? James donated for yes no. Okay, perfect. James, if you want to leave it with me, let me know. James, you'll be after Elisa, and I'm actually working on Amy's second part of her donation right now. So you'll be very soon. Angelica doesn't, she's just intuitive. That's cool too. All right, Elisa, if you're here, please check in with me because you are next, and I just want to make sure you're here. I did not get your question yet. Let me actually send her a message too. Give her a little bit of time. I'll be here as long as you guys want me to be here tonight because I haven't been here the last couple of nights. All right, let's see. Oh, hey, Elisa, welcome in, girl. Gosh, I've been on here so long. That's crazy. Okay. But I remember you say Eli has thoughts about me even when he's out or on rides. What runs through his mind during these times? Okay. Elisa, wow, I'm sorry to hear that, girl. What type of healer was it? Oh, Amy, okay. I'm down for some nail designs. What type of healer did you go to, Elisa? Energy healer? Okay, well, you're in luck. I'm gonna do your reading, of course, but I'm letting you know that James is in here. He is a massage therapist and he's a master Reiki healer. So I can refer you to someone actually in here that I trust. If you are looking for something like that, I know that you might be a little bit wary about doing something like that again. But if James is willing, he might be able to send you some information or some guidance on that from like that perspective, from like a professional perspective. But I will definitely look into your reading for you and see if there's anything else that I can suggest. Okay. You're welcome. I'm actually doing a reading for James after your reading, Elisa. So if he has anything to say or if he wants to refer himself, he can. You're welcome. Okay. All right. What runs through his mind during these times towards Amy? What? Because I'm like, what ran through his mind during these times? And I have work, money, but that I don't think that pertains to you. So let me specify here. Oh, you thought she was a friend? I'm sorry, girl. Okay. Let's see. What ran through his mind during these rides? What ran through his mind towards Amy on these rides? Oh, so he was thinking about how he felt like he needed to express himself more to you. We have the Knight of Cups, so he's probably thinking of like ways to reach your heart is kind of like the way that it's being worded, like ways to make you feel wanted, desired. Um, let's see. Just like essentially him taking action, or like when is he going to see you again? Should he invite you out? I feel like those rides just help give him like a clear mind and allowed him to kind of get, it's weird because it's like get outside of his head and more into his body, more about like what it is that he wants to do. If he didn't have any obstacles, I think that he was thinking about you and his attraction for you. And like when you think of someone, how it's almost like a compilation video where it's like flashes of like feelings and memories and moments and stuff. I feel like that's kind of what it was. And then I think sometimes it was like, how do I express myself better to her? How do I show up for her? How do I show her I care? Oh my God, hold on. My cats are now getting into trouble. Hold on. You guys, you're going to bed when your father comes home, okay? No getting into trouble. We're not getting into shit. I still have work to do, okay? He's gonna come home and put you to bed. Jeez Louise. They want to go to bed so badly. And he said he was going to come home and do their letterbox when he got home. So he's like, keep them up. So I'm keeping them up, and now they're interrupting readings. Chaos ensues. So yeah, he was saying, like, how do I express myself? What can I do to make her, to show her that I care? I think a lot of times these rides occurred because he was looking to get out of his head. But that's why I said it's kind of funny or ironic, is that he was doing it to get out of his head, and somehow it like cleared his mind to be able to maybe show up better for you or want to show up better for you. Um, he could have debated back and forth during these times because I have the Two of Swords in the Moon in reverse. He could have gone back and forth and debated with himself whether or not, like, to move forward with you. I think he wrestled a lot with, again, we're going to talk about the residual feelings that he had for this other relationship. And I think that it was times like these where he thought, if I'm going to be fair to Amy, I can't have a divided loyalty. Like, I can't feel torn between two people. If I'm going to start something with Amy, it has to be real, and it has to be me being all in. And I don't feel that way just yet. So I feel like he was constantly like going back and forth about how to handle that. And mind you, his feelings for you were new, and his feelings for you were current at that time. The feelings that he was struggling with were left over. So I don't want you to like think, oh, he wanted to start something up. No. The only reason that he was even in this position in the first place is because he didn't get the closure that he needed, and that there was history there, okay? So I feel like for him, he's using these rides to like regain composure, to subside his anxiety here, to unveil his personal deception, and make him more aware of the things that he maybe had a hard time addressing, and maybe these things that he was avoiding when it came to you. What would he think about? I'm definitely getting like flashes of your time together. I'm seeing like laughing, smiling, specifically your face, maybe moments together. Um, there's some things that are intentional thought, and then there's some things that are unintentional thought. And when you think about a memory with someone, sometimes it's a millisecond, and then sometimes it's like a compilation of like 5 different memories together. And it's not like you're deep in thought about that thing. It's like you can just see it in your mind. And then I think there were other things that were deeper than that, like his dilemma. What does he do when it comes to you? Because he could feel that you were wanting more from this. He could feel that you were looking for more from him. And I think that the deeper thought things that would happen on these rides when it came to you was more about how to pursue things moving forward. And essentially he would just have flashes of like feelings that he associated with you, and I feel like those feelings were like joy, laughing, feeling like you understood him, feeling like you liked the same things, you had common interests. Even if you didn't, you guys still played well together. Like just cherished memories, I feel. But I think there was like a lot of confusion for him, a lot of guilt associated with that, because even though you guys weren't in a relationship, he was having relationship related relations with you, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think there were certain things that were very surface level thoughts, and then I think some things went deeper than that. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure that he was present in the moment with you, Amy, but it's only natural sometimes too to compare at, like I don't think he was ever deep in thought about that, but I think it might have been like a fleeting thought. He said, yeah, he literally asked you to be. Yeah, so like relationship related relations. So it's like if you're not in a relationship, but you're doing relationship things. Yeah. James, are you in here right now? Yeah, like there's a song, Amy, called oh, it's by the XX. It's called Angels. And it says, light reflects from your shadow. It's more than I thought could exist. You move through the room like breathing was easy. If someone believed me, they would be as in love with you as I am. And every day I'm learning about you, the things that no one else sees. In the end comes too soon, like dreaming of angels and leaving without them, being as in love with you as I am. And I feel like that song would make sense. I feel like for your connection, for the two of you, and also it's called Angels, and it talks about I see things that no one else sees, and the end came too soon, and I'm dreaming of angels. So I feel like that song might resonate with you a little bit. And again, when songs come through during readings, I'm always going to tell you. You said, I want to send you the song that's been stuck in me while I think I realized. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I might not be able to address it tonight because it is getting late, but feel free to send me whatever you want to send me. Oh, wait, hold on. I think there's another song too I'm thinking of. Oh, no, that is the right one. All right. You're welcome. Okay, Elisa, this is for you, girl. I have you down for a mini. I think James left his question with me because I'm not sure if he's going to be able to stick around. Um, Hold on. All right. Yes, Elisa, thank you. I have you down for a mini reading. Amy, I thought that I had another song, but no, the one that I put in the chat is the correct one. That was the right one. I just didn't realize it. Alright, the healer who helps for years a week ago did who helped you for years a week ago did something that damaged you and then blocked you instead of fixing it. Will you be able to heal completely from whatever she messed up within you? Any advice? Okay. Elisa, James is in the chat for you as well with some questions. You're welcome, Amy. Have a good night. All right, I am getting Elisa. You'll 100% be able to heal from whatever happened. I have the Eight of Wands, so this shows movement. So whatever is stuck or whatever is blocked is going to be able to be released for you. I wanted to ask, like, if you would be able to trust this person again. I am getting the Devil, so I don't necessarily like that energy. We also have the Five of Swords. I think energy work is very sacred and very personal and very intimate. And I think that even if she didn't do something intentionally, if it's in your mind that you can't trust her, then it's not going to work for you. So then you have to go to someone who you can trust, okay? Or that you feel you can trust, because you have to allow them to work on you. You have to give that permission. And so even if basically Spirit's saying don't go back to this person, because even if it wasn't intentional, which I'm not saying it was or it wasn't, but you now have mistrust with this person. Do you know what I mean? So it's important that you go to someone else or someone new. But all in all, I am getting that this is going to, you'll be able to free this blockage, because the Eight of Wands shows a lot of movement. I find here with the Page of Cups that you are going to find someone that's going to be able to help you, that will offer a sense of like comfort, or provide a sense of comfort that you will feel with this person, that you feel like you can trust them, which might be hard for you at first because of what you've been through. Let's see. What else am I getting? Elisa, was there a certain feeling that you got afterwards? Because I know that you said she removed something from your eyes and everything in your energetic alignment got confused and damaged. Can you tell me like what your symptoms were? What were some things that you've noticed happened to you since this? I mean, I know that you can say like you just felt off, but is there anything specifically that you can attribute to like happening after this, or any kind of symptoms that you were feeling energetically or physically? I see here that your body will be brought back into balance. We have the Temperance card. You had anger, regret, and confusion. Not being able to connect with your higher self in your body. Oh my God, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, you can 100% get over this. Elisa, I have the Temperance card here, and this talks about like you will be brought back into balance. These are really, really great cards. Ten of Pentacles. I feel like not only are you going to be able to fix what happened to you, but you're going to be able to improve upon that, because Ten of Pentacles talks about like reaching your goal. So not only are you going to be able to clear what has recently happened, but you'll be able to improve upon that even further, and kind of get yourself back on track to where you need to be. The main thing they're saying is that you have to go someone that you feel comfortable with, that you can trust. The problem is that you went to someone who you could trust, or you felt that you could, and I know it's someone that you worked with for years. So I know it's going to be kind of hard for you, or scary, or whatever, for you to go to someone new, but I feel like it would be worth it for you to not be stuck in this place that you're in right now. I'm not sure where you're located, Elisa, but if you would like to just explore a little bit further, a different option, I believe James is northeast and he does distance healing, unless you wanted to physically go. I think he's in New York. So it would be up to you. But in the meantime, he is making some recommendations. Oh, in Italy, that's right, Elisa. I completely forgot. Were you going to a distance practitioner, or were you going to someone in person previously? The healer that you went to, was it in person or was it distance? He says recommending connecting with nature, grounding barefoot, hugging or being with the trees, going to the beach, feet in the sand, or going in the water. That's definitely a good remedy for right now. James and Luna, I've been craving the ocean so bad. Distance? Okay. So I think that James, I don't want to speak for you, James, but I think James does distance healing. So maybe you guys could connect like on Instagram possibly. Um and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least you have a person to go to if you need it. That's James's Instagram. So if you want to reach out to him directly, you can. Your higher self and intuition. Yeah, I've been dying for the beach too, guys. We actually booked in September to go. So I'm so excited. I cannot freaking wait. I've been craving the sun as well. It's insane. You never use Reiki. That would be great. He said he does distance healing. You're so welcome, Elisa. I'm glad to hear that you got what you needed from this reading, and that you know that you can fix whatever has happened. So definitely connect with James too, Elisa, if you're ever interested. He's great. I know he's busy. He does it full time. Elisa, does that help you? I just want to confirm. He said, me too. I want to quit my job because my priority is healing and moving freely to attain that. You're so welcome. Thank you for your patience tonight. I know you were waiting a while. Perfect. Elisa said, I just wanted to have the boost and so good I connected with you and James. Elisa, I think everything happens for a reason. What are the odds that I'm here and he's here at the same time during your reading? I think that that's, at a minimum, at least to give you some guidance and some faith that everything's going to be okay. Thank you, James. You're welcome. All right, so this is for James. James, did you want the pendulum or did you want tarot? Do you have a preference? Have a good night, Elisa. Let's see. Do you guys have an early morning, James? Because for whatever reason, I'm hearing like short call, like not long, um, something like that. Because I think you said you guys are going to see each other tomorrow, but also I like have no idea what time you guys are doing this thing. But I don't know why I just keep hearing short call. Um, like I think that she would appreciate it. I think that she would like to hear from you. But for whatever reason, I'm hearing like make it quick. Like a 15-minute or something like that. Like if you guys typically talk for hours, just like a quick chit chat, shoot the shit. When you run out of things to say, just get off the phone kind of thing. Um, Perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm getting a yes. I'm getting go for it. It might be a short call. Maybe that's why I'm hearing short call. It might not be like one of your longer conversations. But I'm hearing she would like to hear from you. Let me see. I'm gonna pull one more card to see like what Patty's demeanor will be like when you call her. Like, will she feel energetic? Will she feel tired? What's Patty's demeanor when James calls Patty? What's Patty's demeanor when James calls Patty? She's willing to put the time into this phone call, is what I'm getting. She's excited to hear from you. Maybe she thought she wasn't going to tonight or something. I don't know. Um, but she's invested in this. When you call, like I think that she's gonna put the time in. But I do have the 10 of Wands here, so maybe she's got like some stuff on her mind or some struggles. She might be getting stuff done while you're talking to her because she doesn't want to like put that stuff off to the side for the phone call. Um, but I'm getting a green light. I feel like it's going to be well received. I think she's going to be happy to hear from you. Again, I just don't know if I feel like it's maybe not one of the longer conversations that you guys typically have together. But there's nothing wrong with that. Y'all, I've been here for 5 freaking hours and like losing my voice. Also, I think it's really sad that we didn't hit 25 likes in 5 hours. Like, that's insane to me. And I also noticed some people were taking their likes away. So I'm like, cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. That's probably not good for my algorithm, but whatever. You said typically it's at least an hour or more. No, it's fine. I just want to call her quick. Yeah, call her. I think she's going to receive it well. I got the Seven of Pentacles and talks like she's going to make the time for you. She's invested in this phone call. I saw 10 of Cups, so like happiness all around. I think it would be good. I don't know if she's going to have a lot to tell you, but I think hearing each other's voice is going to be nice. Yeah, I know. I know, but it's okay. We're close. No big deal. And it's all right because I really do need to get going. Um, Brennan's going to be on his way home soon, and I wanted to get a little workout in before he got here. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. Yeah, have fun. Enjoy your phone conversation. Have a good night. I'm also hearing like she might not answer. You might have to call, or she might have to call you back, but I don't think it's going to be a long time lapse in between the two. So just keep in mind that if, again, this is just my intuition, I could be wrong, but if for whatever reason you call her and she misses your phone call, she will be calling you back. So just wait for her to call you right back. Or maybe during the phone call, she's like, hey, can I call you right back? I don't know. I'm just hearing, can I call you right back? Something along those lines. But James, yeah, that's what I've got for you. I was probably not going to be on tomorrow, so that's why I got an extra tonight. Oh, yeah, of course, James, of course. I know you're going to be busy, and I totally get that, so I'm happy I was able to get some readings for you. You'll probably go to sleep. Yeah, but you know if she calls you back, you're going to answer. The only way you wouldn't is if you didn't know that she was calling you. But have fun tomorrow if I don't see you. And then I'm sure I'll have some other people here, and then I'll be back on Saturday. So I should be here tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday is my plan, is my goal. And I don't think I can stray away from that because I took 3 days off this week already. So have a good night, and I'll talk to you when I talk to you. Bye, everyone.